Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to corporate plan meetings for the town of Stony Plain. We're scheduled for 3 nights tonight, this 8th and the 9th, and in between those, we'll take a recess in between each day, and if we need all 3 nights, we will. If we get finished in a night or 2, then that is all right as well. So first of all, to those that are watching and to our residents, corporate plan starts way back in January when council and senior leadership team have a council retreat. That's when we take a look at the initiatives, the priorities within our community. From there, we have a few good and open-hearted conversations. From then on, council adopts the strategic plan, which is in March, April time, and then staff from that time on works towards this point and creating a corporate plan that matches the town council's priorities for the last year coming up. A lot of things that we see today have been in process for quite a few years now before they actually get to the corporate table for us to have that conversation. And the stuff that we continue to talk about is future looking. Today's agenda is just that, is the corporate plan for 2023 to 2025, which means we'll be focusing on the year 2023. The next 2 years, 24 and 25, are just earmarks. That happens if everything goes according to plan and nothing else changes. So no taxes, no increases in assessment, no grants, no partnerships, because we can't budget for those. We don't know what they are. So that's why the numbers look a little bit different each and every year. We focus on the 2023 year, which is the current year coming up. And then the 2024 and 25 are just placeholders for us as a council, and also a signal for our residents to see that they can match our corporate plan with our strategic plan and with the overall municipal development plan of where we want to be in the community. And for those that are in chambers, when you are speaking, please speak directly into the mic so that it's easier for everyone to hear, and it's also easier for the people that are participating virtually and online to actually hear the questions as well. Deputy Mayor, if we can have the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Town Council adopt the November 7 to 9th, 2022 Corporate Plan Council meeting agenda as presented.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay. Moving on to number 3 of the business items is the corporate plan update. So again, this is the accumulation of a year's work from Town Council and our senior leadership team, along with their staff members, to bring us the corporate plan. Go ahead, Administration.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council, for the opportunity to be here this evening to present the 2023 to 2025 corporate plan to Council and our community. To begin, Your Worship, I would like to thank the many members of our staff who have had a hand in what you see before you. Much time is spent developing initiatives, department business plans, and operating budgets by members of the team throughout the organization. Further, a great deal of effort is put into the numbers side of the plan, and our finance team works diligently forecasting, analyzing, and making changes all throughout the processes. Your Worship, I know I heard you just make a few comments. I'll just reiterate the corporate plan reflects operating and capital initiatives that support achieving the Town of Stony Plain strategic plan. It also outlines the financial requirements to deliver municipal services to the residents and businesses of the community. The recommended 2023-25 corporate plan is presented to Council for consideration. Final approval requested on November 28th, 2022. And again, as mentioned, Your Worship, the approval is provided for 2023. Forecasted information, assumptions for 24 and 25, and a long-term capital plan outlining support for future and replacement infrastructure. Your Worship, just a quick comment about process. As Council may be familiar, I have a few opening comments to make to begin, and then we will go through our department overviews and updates, and we'll receive one of those from each one of the general managers. And Your Worship, certainly at the conclusion of that, we're able to take questions or whatever process Your Worship and Council wishes to undertake at that time. Your Worship, a bit of the planning framework, and I know Council is aware of this, but certainly for some members of the public, our highest level plan is uniquely Stony Plain, our municipal development plan. As noted, it's the long-term vision for Stony Plain, and it essentially describes the community we want to be. When I speak about it with staff or the public, Your Worship, I sort of use the line, it's what Stony Plain wants to be when it grows up. It's 20 years, 25, 30 years sort of visioning time frame for Stony Plain. Your Worship, the second in our hierarchy of plans is a strategic plan. Again, it provides medium-term priorities to ensure we are moving towards that vision contained in the uniquely Stony Plain. And again, Your Worship, the rest of Council, in my own words and timing, I mean, I really look at this, I think this is our sort of, you can call it from today to about 5 years out. And it is a rolling 5 years. So it does adjust every year, as you mentioned, and gets updated on an annual basis. The other thing that's important, and I'll make note of again, and I believe I heard it in your opening comments, Your Worship, is the other thing that the strategic plan does is it does provide signals to the community, to our partners, as to what's important to Council. And I mean, that's done for essentially two reasons. One, just simply to do that, to make sure that people know what Council believes to be important over the course of the next 5 years, but also to provide it for any potential alignments for community groups, partners, regional municipal government partners, and so on, to essentially join Council on the journey of building this community. And sorry, I'm just going to flip my page here. And Your Worship, that brings us to what we're here for this evening and Tuesday and potentially Wednesday as well, is the corporate plan. So as noted, this is the short-term allocation of resources and operational service delivery to measure progress towards those priorities that are outlined through the strategic plan. Your Worship, in front of you on the screen now are what are typically understood to be or created as themes to guide the work of Council and the work of administration. You'll see these terms and themes throughout much of our planning documents and our business plans. And just to reiterate, governance and partners, economic opportunity, supportive infrastructure, community development, and environmental responsibility. This slide, again, we'd like to do our best to just illustrate the timing and the process. Your Worship, you had mentioned, so the first January, February, March of the year is spent with Council on a strategic retreat. Those high-level priorities are identified, and pen gets put to paper, so to speak, and the strategic plan gets drafted and presented to Council, usually sometimes in the month of March. Following that, department business planning, that's when a number of our staff get to work on their own particular business unit plans, and we move from there into prioritizing the different initiatives and financial analysis through the summer months leading into the fall. And that all culminates about 2 weeks ago when the plan is published, so to speak, and provided to Council and to the public for review and understanding. Then the approvals come, and as a bit of a side joke, we basically take about 3 weeks off from corporate planning and start all over again. So the other note I wanted to make on this particular slide, Your Worship, is it's, this is a linear version of the timing and the process, but as Council I know is aware, it can be much more fluid in that at any point in a year, Council will be receiving updates on transportation master plans or tourism master plans, or urban agriculture was recently in the Council chambers. So as this process is unfolding, those other you call it mid-level plans are being developed, and they influence pretty much every step that you see on the screen in front of you there, Your Worship. So Next slide there. Your Worship, I believe it's always important to provide some broader context when embarking on deliberations like those in front of Council this evening. And I would like to take a few minutes just to provide some commentary that reflects both at a global scale, provincially, and here in Stony Plain. As Council is aware, the world is continuing to move away from the COVID-19 pandemic. Conversely, a significant event in Europe, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, has had significant impacts globally and here in Alberta. It may take some time before the effects of this are well understood, but some of these have had immediate impacts. The global economy has seen post-pandemic growth, the Council I'm sure has heard of, just based on the slowdowns that resulted from COVID-19. That, coupled with the uncertainty with the war in Europe, our oil prices have seen a significant lift. And again, we're all from Alberta, and we all understand the impacts that can have on our economy. Another global impact brought about by those two occurrences, Your Worship, is supply chain challenges, and we have seen that here in our national, provincial, but certainly even in our local context, both as an entity, as an organization, but also in our business communities work. The COVID-19 led to some of these supply chain disruptions, and the war in Ukraine and sanctions on Russia that are rippling through the global economy have also had a significant impact. One thing that I've been seeing in the news and trying to understand what the impacts could be as they roll down to us here in Stony Plain, but federal governments, state governments have really been looking at these supply chain issues and starting to develop some policies around that to mitigate the disruptions. And they're doing it for two reasons, economic and for security reasons, frankly. And for the corporation and the community of Stony Plain, I think that's something to be aware of. We may see cost escalations. I'm sure Council has heard some of that either directly from local businesses, provincial businesses. But the other side of that supply chain challenge at the global and national scale is the movement towards more, and the term I'm hearing, for what it's worth, the focus on reshoring and creating more secure supply chains. And although that may seem a long ways off from Stony Plain, it is certainly something that's in play within the broader region. And although I'm not sitting here saying I know what that will look like or what that will mean, I do think it is something that we should be aware of as we kind of move through the next few years. There may be some opportunity as a region and maybe as locally to understand the positive aspects of that supply chain disruptions. The other thing of note that I think is important for us to appreciate and try to continue to understand is the fiscal changes at the federal level as a result of some of these major impacts in the global economy. The fiscal health of the Government of Canada going into COVID was reasonably well amongst G7 countries and is becoming a little more tight as a result of the spending required through COVID-19. And moving into more challenging global markets, the strength or the might of the federal government by policy may need to be leveraged into things other than the stuff that as a local government we might be interested in. Council will be aware of federal funding for infrastructure, for transit, for any number of things. And one of the challenges that may come to pass is that as they have to, the term, flex the fiscal muscles into big international issues, that funding on the local levels could see further constraint. And it's a bit of a dialogue that's ongoing. Certainly no answer from me now or maybe ever, but it is a thought to bear in mind as we kind of move forward over the next few years. Moving into the provincial level, Council is well aware we have a new Premier. Danielle Smith is new on the job, so to speak. For all intents and purposes, I believe there's a provincial election set for the spring. And as Council has seen in the past, it's not something new. Provincial elections do sometimes have shifts in policy towards municipal government or municipal financing. And we can expect to hear more of that probably earlier in the new year and moving through 2023. And again, it's not something that's new to those of us in local government, but something that can shift under our feet as we're moving through our corporate plan and through our process. Another thing I wanted to make mention to Council, so as I understand the numbers I've seen the next 2 years are forecasted to have moderate growth within the province of Alberta. I know if you were to go back about 6 months or 12 months ago, I think the numbers were forecasted a bit higher than they actually are today, a result of global inflations and so on putting downward pressure on the economy. But suffice to say, the predictions are still for growth within Alberta and to a degree on the higher end across the country. Alberta's seen to continue to probably lead economic expansion, which generally bodes well for all of us, but certainly as well for the corporations of the town of Stony Plain. And I think one of the things to bear in mind, Council, is that much of that GDP growth, sort of two things. It either is generated in the metro regions or accrues to the metro regions. And Stony Plain being a part of Metro Edmonton, I would expect would be part of the higher end of growth forecasts as opposed to the lower end. And again, that's just those are economist predictions and a perspective. It's certainly not necessarily a fact, but I think that's held true for a number of years in the Alberta economy. And again, maybe just what I've seen out there is GDP growth from 2 to 4% over the next couple of years for Alberta. One final topic on this note, Your Worship, just at the regional local level. And again, I know that members of council are very much in tune with what's happening both locally for sure and certainly within what I'm just considering the Edmonton region. But one thing I wanted to make mention, and it's certainly trending a little bit more or higher or faster, whichever way you want to frame it in your minds, but is just the conversations around integration, whether that's integration at a formal level through commissions and so on, or at a more, call it a lower level, just informal integration of services and planning processes. From what I can see, and I would relate to council, is that over my time in the region, those conversations have just become more and more in depth as opposed to 5, 10 or 15 years ago. And I see that trend continuing, that as we kind of move through the life of this corporate plan, the next one, and the strategic plans themselves, that there continues to be more of a focus on integrating considerations and services, plans. That question gets asked often earlier than later. And what I mean by a trend, if I think back to my first few years in this region, I can say that that's a dialogue that happens sooner with more vigor than I saw earlier in my time here. And the final comment on that, Your Worship, just to bear in mind, and I don't mean to imply that every one of those conversations culminates in some form of specific integration, but I am saying that there's more of those conversations and more dialogues happening along those lines. So, next slide. So with that, Your Worship, now a little bit more as to what was contained within the lead sheet that was provided to council in advance of the meeting. I do like to highlight some of the themes that are running throughout the plan. Some of them are more visible, some maybe not so much. And by themes, I just mean, these are some of the ideas or concepts that are either building into the plan itself or are just understood that form part of the narrative, if you will, of the plan. So I will just highlight a couple of those. Some of it is contained in the lead sheet, but I'm going to highlight a little bit of it. So, Your Worship, a few years ago, I can recall asset management being added to the strategic plan itself as a standalone sort of bullet. Both council of the day and administration of the day identifying that we needed to put some time, effort, and further that work. And through the corporate plans over the years, so I believe, if I recall, it was about 4, maybe 5 years ago now, the corporate plans have continued to dedicate resources financially, and through our teams to both asset management and capital planning. And I know that council has seen some of these things over the years, pavement quality indexes and the 10-year capitals becoming more detailed and split out to a degree further. And what I wanted to again draw council's attention to, so this year, was the rehab work that took place out at 628. And the reason it's important, that work was initially slated for, I believe, 2024. But we were essentially able to carry it out 2 years in advance of that because of the strength of the work we've put into asset management and capital planning. And it's something I was frankly quite proud of, Your Worship, but I thought that's a good example of, decisions and direction provided 4 or 5 years ago and how they start to pay off in direct services or projects, so to speak, to the community. And so what a bullet point that talks about the continuity of the corporate plans, I think it's, we always have to appreciate and understand that some of these things build in and build up over time, and they build upon previous work and previous direction. Second thing I wanted to make a note of, Your Worship, sort of as a broader theme, but I'm sure it will come up more directly or specifically as council gets into dialogue and questions and whatnot. The corporate plan specifically in this along this line of thought contains 2 specific capital projects, and council is well aware. One is a recreation facility, the other is a public works facility. Neither project's inclusion in the plan has changed from previous corporate plans. So both projects are in there, and they're in there in the same manner as they have been in the past. Work continues to review, finalize, build out, and put time and effort and focus into those 2 projects. But what I wanted to point out, Your Worship, is just simply, both of those are significant projects, both in scope and in cost. And the notion being that although they clearly exist in the corporate plan, some of those approvals are conducted outside the corporate plan process and outside the corporate plan timing. And that's not necessarily unusual, Your Worship. When you get into some of those larger projects and the impacts and so on, they both need to be planned and then deliberated almost separately from a number of from the rest of some of this work. But having said that, not to the exclusion of the rest of the corporate plan. So there's a bit of a mental, I don't want to say mental gymnastics there, but it's to hold the understandings within the corporate plan, but be prepared to make decisions outside the corporate plan that will obviously affect the corporate plan. So I'll leave it at that on those ones. And we do have some of that timing built in to bring these into the council chambers and have more specific and direct conversation with those. But certainly, questions and dialogue at this point in time is absolutely on on track. The third one, Your Worship, that I want to speak to. So another theme within the corporate plan that we've seen more of as time has gone by and the organization's gotten larger, and some of the integration I was speaking about earlier with other regional entities and our regional partners is, I just sort of identify it as integrated operational planning. What do I mean by that? Well, what I mean, and I'll use a couple of specific examples, but I would say these are just two examples. There's a number of these sorts of projects or processes that exist within our corporate plan documents. The first one is the ongoing dialogue around regional transit. As Council is aware, Stony Plain has taken some initial steps on its own on the transit services. We have done that somewhat in partnership with our good friends over at the City of Spruce Grove, while at the same time there was a process that was unfolding over a number of years related to regional transit service. The other example I was going to speak to was RCMP and policing services. So as Council is well aware, the town of Stony Plain and a number of Albertan communities have worked closely with the RCMP over decades to provide policing services to their communities. So what is in the corporate plan, just as an example, and again, specific questions later on during the meetings, that'd be great. But at this point, this corporate plan contains estimates and expenditure estimates of continuing on with the current model with RCMP as a contract policing service provider. And without wading into the good, the bad, the debate, Council is aware that the Government of Alberta has for some time now been reviewing alternate policing models. So between the transit and policing as two examples, administratively we do our level best, Your Worship, to provide the estimates and to understand this is what we know today and this is what's in front of us, and we have some idea of what may be coming down the path, but we also have to kind of go with what we know and what we are certain of. Again, Your Worship, that's the beauty of an annual process. What we may know today may be entirely different on January 15th, and we would build those things into other updates and other planning documents for Council. And Your Worship, I use those two as examples, but there are a number of things like that throughout the corporate plan. As we would all like absolute certainty, in some instances it simply is not available to us. And finally, Your Worship, the last one I wanted to comment on was just the organizational development and the organizational side of our corporation of Stony Plain. Within the corporate plan and within department business plans, there's ongoing work around organizational development. Similar to many organizations, Your Worship, you mean ours coming out of a challenging period of the last couple of years, and to a degree it's being felt. That reality, coupled with a growing community, requires a commitment to the development of our people, our structures, and our processes. And although some of it certainly wouldn't be highlighted or visible within the particular corporate plan, much of that is contained within department business plans and so on. I did want to note to Council that the strategic plan, the vision statements, and the highlighting of a future of 30,000 people has really resonated with our team, with our staff. I've heard a lot about that over the last year from people in the organization and how they envision their work and their units functioning as we move towards that goal. And it has been an interesting and exciting dialogue within the organization. I will note that that goal, as much as it requires financial support and planning support for the outside of the organization, it requires that same focus and support for the inside of the organization. And you know, when we think about the size and scope of our operations now, to project them out to that population level is certainly, like I said, it's challenging and it's exciting for those of us on the inside of the corporation, so to speak. You know, we look to build the processes and services required. That'll take focus and effort. We will need to continue the strong history of education and training that this organization has been built upon. And we need to continue to look at flexibility and agility inside our organization. Training and education budgets, internal development programs, staffing level increases, all will be required as we move through the future years and into those that movement towards a community of 30,000 people, Your Worship. I know that Council is certainly and well aware that just like any other business or corporation or organization, it's the people that do the work and get things done and, you know, do all of that good stuff. And you know, I mean, one of the themes in this plan and going forward will continue to be ensuring we have an organizational structure and the right people doing the right things at the right times kind of approach to achieve that goal with and for Council. So, Your Worship, that is going to wrap up and conclude my portion of the presentation. I hope that served to give Council a bit of an overview or a bit of a framing of the upcoming, the presentations to come, and as a bit of a precursor to the dialogue and the debate of the corporate plan itself. So I think, Your Worship, at this point in time, I am going to turn it over to our General Manager of Strategic Services to speak about some of the corporate initiatives.
Thank you, Mr. Town Manager. And just for members of Council, again, right now we'll go through the department presentations where they'll highlight what's in their plan and going forward. If we can hold all questions till the end of all the presentations, and that way we can, at that time we'll ask questions of clear understanding, and from there we'll just kind of move on to the next point of actually then debating and moving things around in the corporate plan as we see fit. Go ahead.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. I'll just begin by saying, as I'm referencing and speaking to the various slides in the presentation, I will reference the page numbers that I'm speaking to within the corporate plan document to help provide a bit of context and reference point for those as well as we walk through this. So thank you very much for your time and attention this evening. To begin on page 7 of the corporate plan document, administration has summarized the corporate initiatives that are directly recommended actions to advance the priorities of the town's strategic plan that require additional or new resources to deliver. I will provide an overview of these as they are noted on the presentation slide in front of you. Beginning in 2023, it is proposed the town will continue to advance Old Town South redevelopment to ensure it remains a strong and vibrant community hub. As you know, Old Town is the area of Stony Plain that extends from the recreation and cultural amenities around 55th Avenue north through the downtown heading towards Heritage Park. Guided by the 2019 Old Town Community Plan, the town has partnered on a number of implementation milestones, including area conceptual and infrastructure planning, the replacement of the Stony Plain Central School, the addition of the Conseil Scolaire Centre Nord Francophone School, and design planning for the new Community Recreation Centre with inclusion for the Westwidge Curling Club. The proposed next phase of the implementation includes further stakeholder engagement, as well as infrastructure design and construction in 2023 at an estimated cost of $410,000. In 2024, infrastructure construction will continue at an estimated cost of $3 million, as well as proposed implementation of a community facade and placemaking grant program. In 2025, the implementation will shift towards the downtown with detailed design planning for the proposed town square and current community center with an estimated cost of $100,000, as well as an updated downtown parking strategy and on-street patio program at an estimated cost of $60,000. Moving into 2024, it is proposed the town will construct and begin operations of the first phase of the Community Recreation Center. As the community and council begin to engage in the planning of this new facility, administration will finalize design plans, funding partnerships, and operating model. Construction estimates are noted at $15 million, and annual operating costs are outlined at $110,000 to $190,000. In addition to the 2024 construction and operation, in 2024, construction and operations are also proposed to begin on the town's first cemetery. With design plans completed in 2021, construction is projected to cost just over $2 million and operations to commence at the end of 2024 at an estimated annual cost of $62,000 to $155,000. Shifting to a planning project that is currently underway with Phase 1, the development of the second phase of the broadband strategy is proposed for completion in 2024. The first phase of this strategy is anticipated to be complete in the next couple of months. It will outline the current state of digital infrastructure in Stony Plain. The proposed second phase of the strategy will provide recommendations to address gaps and improve the standards of service. Finally, in 2025, the following three key initiatives have been proposed. First is the Destination and Development and Marketing Initiative as part of the 2021 Tourism Master Plan implementation. The project will collaborate with local tourism providers to improve visitor product development, training and education, and enhanced tourism branding. The project will leverage the proposed $27,500 with tourism funding programs from other levels of government. Next, a community partnership will be established to support the design of a sustainable and affordable housing project in Stony Plain, utilizing the Rural Development Network Guide. The project is anticipated to cost $45,000. Finally, in 2025, the Community Volunteer Leadership Development Initiative will continue to be implemented with a community ambassador program to increase volunteer capacity and foster further engagement. This program will be operationalized at an estimated cost of $25,000. The next section of the corporate plan document outlines the proposed operation and department services, programs, and projects for 2023 to 2025. Beginning on page 16 of the plan, summarizes additional staff recommended to deliver the programs and services of the town. In 2023, the following permanent positions are recommended: accessible transit service driver and clerk, full-time equivalent increases; community development officer, full-time equivalent increases; an additional community peace officer; a part-time human resources coordinator; payroll clerk, full-time equivalent increases; and an RCMP municipal employee. In 2024, proposed additional staffing includes a cemetery clerk and site supervisor, a culture and tourism development coordinator, and an RCMP municipal employee. And finally, for 2025, additional staff are recommended in the areas of an asset management specialist, a community development officer, a heritage park operator, and a municipal employee, RCMP municipal employee. In the upcoming slides, each position will be highlighted further to outline the associated programs and service capacity requirements related to them. Now for the fun part, I will reference a couple of small clerical errors were made in the recommended corporate plan. If you'll turn to page 21 in the corporate plan, the full-time staff table that's summarized for the community and protective services area. The RCMP municipal services row states that in 2022, there is 19.5 staff. That should say 20.5 staff. And as a result, it shifts the number of RCMP Municipal Services staff to 2021.5 proposed for 2023, 2022.5, and 2023.5. So that's on page, sorry, I said 21, it's 31.
31.
Page 31 of the corporate plan. My apologies. So it's the RCMP Municipal Services row. For 2022, it should say 20.5, not 19.5, and then 21.5, 22.5, and 23.5. Additionally, down in Table 23, the accessible transit services driver, in the executive summary on the last line, it references 1.6 FTE, and that should be 0.6 FTE. So my apologies for those errors. They will be corrected as required moving towards and included in the approved, in the corporate plan that's presented for approval on November 28th.
Go ahead.
Next.
Say again, sorry?
No, it's on page 31.
On-
Yep.
On the very, very last
Yep.
paragraph, where it says 1.6 FTE, it should be 0.6.
Oh, okay.
So that was just a typo error.
Okay.
The RCMP is at the first table, table 21, under approved 2022, should have been 20.5 and not 19.5. So again, that wasn't carried over from the previous corporate plan.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you, Worship.
I fell into the trap of understanding, General Manager, that you were going to give us pages, and I wasn't thinking that it was going to be sporadically, sorry. When I'm hearing numbers and tables and so forth, I'm flipping, but I'm watching other counselors, maybe not Counselor Lori, but other counselors going, like they can't follow what you're saying, perhaps because it is too fast. Too many numbers, too fast, and not giving us time to get where we need to be to make the changes. So I'm hoping as we go forward, or should we back up and do this more slowly? Because even this repeat has me slightly lost on what those changes are, unless they could be sent out to us somehow before tomorrow night.
Okay, Councilor Hansford again, so those are not changes that affect the corporate plan. Those are just errors in transferring data over.
Okay,
So again, I think the general manager and the town manager they reference the page that we start with as they continue to speak about the different initiatives. If we just follow along the pages, they highlight all the big table numbers.
the trick is following along the pages, sir.
Okay.
So I'm just saying that numbers and tables and moving a little too fast does not allow us to get where we are. And I'm not the only one that is going, pause a moment. So just for whatever that's worth, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. So members of council, if it is going a little too fast, if you can just send me a wave and we'll slow it down a little bit. Members of council, so that we're all on the same page.
Okay. Thank you, Worship. The presentation will now move into each general manager providing an overview of the programs, services, and initiatives for each of the organization's 5 departments. The Office of the Chief Administrative Officer primarily supports the development and monitoring of our strategic goals, advocacy, partnerships, interactions with our mayor and council, promoting economic growth and development, communicating with citizens, and enhancing the profile of local culture and tourism. The department expenses are outlined on page 20 of the corporate plan document, indicating a generally status quo operating budget for 2023, with one proposed project to update the economic development strategy. I will just expand on our department's priorities for 2023, beginning on page 19 of the corporate plan document. The annual review of the town strategic plan will occur in the first quarter of 2023. We will continue to guide the Old Town Community South redevelopment, including exploring programs to enhance historic properties and the downtown area. The partnerships forged through the 2021 Tri-Municipal Regional Plan with Parkland County and the City of Spruce Grove will continue to be advanced. We will continue to update and replace town signage and banners. Staff will engage with key stakeholders for the ongoing implementation of the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Master Plan and the newly developed Public Art Strategy and 2021 Tourism Master Plan. And finally, a review of the Economic Development Strategy will occur. As noted on page 21 of the corporate plan document, this strategy has been guiding economic development key projects and services since 2019. This review at the 5-year milestone is an ideal opportunity to capture recent shifts in the economy as well as new data from the recently released federal census. Looking forward to 2024, administration is recommending an additional staff position as well as 2 other key projects. A culture and tourism coordinator will provide a service level enhancement to support the local tourism, arts, culture, and heritage experiences for residents and visitors. Current programs and services are being augmented with contract and temporary support. The town has a high level of engagement with local entrepreneurs, businesses, and organizations that round out the benefits of a vibrant cultural and tourism community. Next, the Communications Business Unit will continue to refine the services with the development of a master plan that will further guide public information and engagement as the community grows and communications become more critical and challenging. The plan is estimated to cost $40,000 to complete. The third project noted is the broadband strategy that was outlined earlier in my presentation. Moving to 2025, our department services and programs are proposing 1 additional recommended project, a culture and artisan incubator, which was identified in 2019 in the economic development strategy, as well as through a cultural facility feasibility and conceptual plan. This initiative proposes funding to retrofit a space to establish this amenity. Prior to 2025, further stakeholder engagement and operational planning would occur. The facility retrofit is estimated to cost $171,000. I'm just going to pause and switch hats. Thank you, Your Worship and Council. Next, we will move to the Corporate Services Department. Corporate Services provides financial services, legislative services, and human resources and technology services. Our department provides foundational support to the organization in delivering on the strategic priorities as well as the ongoing operations. Our focus is around legislative compliance, risk mitigation, managing the employee life cycle, and financial responsibility. You will see a summary of our plan beginning on page 23 of the corporate plan document. Our operating summary is on page 24, showing a slight increase in the 2023 expenses related to proposed new staffing, software licensing, and technology equipment. There is also anticipated new revenue to the town attributed primarily to new assessment, franchise fees, and the implementation of the vacant land policy. Moving to our department priorities outlined beginning on page 26 of the corporate plan document. In 2023, we are recommending adding additional staff capacity to our existing payroll unit complement and the addition of a part-time human resources coordinator. Organizational growth and enhanced service delivery complexity are attributed to both of these service changes. Maintaining programs and processes for the current staff complement, as well as those anticipated in the near future, requires strengthening these areas of our internal organizational support. Additionally, we have a couple of initiatives that are currently underway as part of the 2022 corporate plan and are proposed to continue for a few more years. The first is the capital infrastructure replacement funding. This 5-year initiative allocates a 1% tax increase per year to bridge the funding gap for capital infrastructure and equipment replacement. The capital grants from the province are currently anticipated to continue to diminish and shift with some uncertainty. We are monitoring the planning and decision-making of the province closely. With this in mind, 2023 is the second year of this funding initiative and is proposed at $185,000 to reflect the current 1% tax increase. Next, the corporate system strategy implementation includes a priority project to be the capital replacement of our organization's enterprise resource planning system. This system houses our financial, customer, and employee data and reporting. The needs analysis and procurement for this system replacement has taken place during 2022, with implementation proposed in 2023 and early 2024. This project is estimated to cost $1.5 million. Following this replacement, new complementary systems are proposed in 2024 and 2025 for work orders, cemetery, and asset management. Finally, I will refer to the department reference that the department is also planning to complete the following key projects in 2023. A review of council, committee, and boards, bylaw and policy review, continued support with the asset management program. This work is foundational to our long-term capital plan, as well as supporting the transition of our public transit service to a regional service commission. That wraps up the summary of the Corporate Services Business Plan, and I will invite our General Manager of Community and Protective Services to present their department business plan summary.
Thank you, Mr. Worship, and members of council. So I will take the next small time here to discuss the Community and Protective Services Department. And the details of the Community and Protective Service Department as a whole begin on page 28 of your corporate plan. On the slides in front of you this evening, based on those slides on page 28, that details the increase that you see from 22 to 23 related to the department overall. Most of those increases are as a result of around 5 areas. The biggest one being RCMP policing contract. The RCMP did negotiate wage increases through the union environment, and that increase has hit the policing contract. Also, they are replacing aged equipment, so that's another addition to the contract that the town of Stony Plain is responsible for starting in 2023. Also, as the General Manager of Strategic Services commented on earlier, we also have the capture of the expenses related to the addition of a community peace officer in the department under enforcement. Also the addition, as stated earlier, of a municipal employee position at the RCMP detachment. Again, just to remind council, we did agree to a 2.5 to 1 ratio, RCMP members to administrative support. A lot of this also has to do with ourselves adding officers or the City of Spruce Grove adding officers. If through their corporate plan process, any of that was to change, then that would absolutely impact how many municipal employees we may or may not add to our numbers. So to be more specific with that, if the City of Spruce Grove through their corporate planning process did not advance a proposed position related to RCMP, then we would go back and do the ratio count and we would subtract or add MEs as it amounts to the 2.5 to 1 ratio. So the collective ratio is based on both of our members and both of the City of Spruce Grove's members. Also, to remind council, we do have an agreement with the City of Spruce Grove based on the percentage cost share related to those expenses. We also moved the firefighters from a paid-on-call status to a casual status, so there's some dollars in the budget that impact that shift. And then the golf course is in a profit position again next year, but we are showing there are some increases to expenses, but those are covered by the revenues that the golf course will attain next year. The next slide that you see on the screen gets more specific to the 2023 and then talks briefly about the 24 and 25 impacts to the overall department. Service changes for the department in 2023. Some of these have already been stated, but certainly there's a community peace officer. As we continue to grow as a community, we do have additional files that the current team is carrying on their dashboard. So they have an increased number of files that each officer is taking care of on a daily basis. And this position will also assist us in decreasing that time to service from a complaint perspective. So we get a complaint, we're able to get to that complaint a little quicker if we have this additional position. And it would also help to balance the load amongst our existing CPO employees. The accessible transit service, again, we have a partnership with the City of Spruce Grove for this particular program. We do have an increased demand, and that's been shown through our corporate quarterly updates to council recently. So these two positions would increase a 1.0 addition to the accessible transit service, 0.6 that being a driver and 0.4 being a clerk. As the driver and the need to pick up people increases, we do need that administrative support to pick up the phone and schedule the appointments and the drivers on a daily basis. Again, with that particular program, we do have a cost share with the City of Spruce Grove related to the expenses to deliver that particular program. Lastly, on the service change is the municipal employee, the RCMP municipal employee. So again, we've discussed that a couple times this evening. Should the City of Spruce Grove have changes to their corporate plan, then certainly we will bring that back to council for your attention as confirmations are given to us from that perspective. Some of the key services and projects that our department will undertake in 2023. The continued completion of construction drawings and the tender for the community recreation facility. It's a key strategic initiative for council, and it's been identified in your strategic plan. And the completion of drawings and tender of the project is proposed for Q1 and Q2 of 2023. Transition of the town of Stony Plain transit services to the Edmonton Metro Service Commission. So as council is aware, we're a member of the Edmonton Metro Services Commission, or EMTSC. In July 2023, it's proposed that the EMTSC will start their regional service and pick up town of Stony Plain's transit service. Town of Stony Plain will still be responsible for the first 6 months of the year with that projected start date of July 1st. And the expenses captured in our corporate plan on page 34 in the planning and infrastructure operational summary include the expenses related to the last 6 months of the year that EMTSC would come in and take over our transit, and the first 6 months of town operations. So at this time, the transit expenses are captured in the planning and infrastructure department, and again, that's on page 34 under their operational summary. Of course, with the addition of a new recreation facility that has us looking at our service levels and how we can allocate our resources, and certainly that work will continue into 2023 so that we can find the efficiencies within the department and reallocate our resources as efficiencies are identified related to the addition of that new programs area. Crime prevention through environmental design assessments. Our CPO team is increasing their capacity to complete these particular assessments. We have completed a few in 2022, and we do anticipate in 2023, especially with the addition of an additional CPO proposed, that we're able to do more. And Those would be focused primarily on town facilities number 1, and then as other properties are identified in the community that could benefit from this particular assessment, we would certainly undertake that work. The community grants programs, which Council is familiar with, we'd like to spend some time looking at that in terms of what that looks like from an administration perspective, and any adjustments that we would make to that in terms of how do new people come in to be supported through that program. How do we do agreements or continue on with the program from an overall perspective? We would look at that program, any adjustments that we propose or think that should be recommended. Certainly because it's a big topic for council, we would certainly bring that back into the chambers prior to implementing anything as it's part of your corporate plan process. Community emergency management, this is something that will be static on our annual work plan. It's something that's very important. It's something that's legislated that we must do, and we're continuing to increase our internal and community preparedness as we continue to move through from year to year, and increasing our partnerships with regional partners and beyond that into the Edmonton metro region. And of course, the strategic services, General Manager did indicate the corporate, the regional plan. Anything that may arise related to the regional plan, we would support those services from our departmental level. As council is aware, there's a couple this year that there's certainly more work that needs to be done on those particular ones. Chicago Exchange, council did experience that just recently with respect to the Chicago high school students coming over to the town of Stony Plain, into the town of Stony Plain. We do anticipate a full return of that exchange program in 2023. So that means our students from Stony Plain to Chicago, students back from Chicago to Stony Plain. We do have the long stay program. We do have the ATE program. And of course, with council, from time to time, we do send an adult delegation over to Chicago, and they also do send adult delegations back to ourselves. With the pause that we've had for the last 2 years, we do anticipate that there's likely to be some adult exchanges happening. And of course, the increase in the other components of the program certainly do require staff resources to focus on that. So more of that exchange will be confirmed in the coming months as we continue to move into 2023. Transitioning into 2024, service changes again, just a municipal employee for service change. Again, just to reiterate, if the City of Spruce Grove has any impacts or changes to their corporate plan related to RCMP additions, then certainly that may impact that position carrying forward. 2024, anticipating the construction of a community recreation center. So that construction, we're anticipating completing itself in about the end of Q2. So that would be September. We'd be open to the public and carrying September, October, November, December. So 4 months worth of operation on that particular facility in the 2024 corporate plan. 2025, service changes. Heritage Park operator, we do anticipate by 2025, the way that the facility is becoming popular and the demands are increasing, the ability for us to flip the building over so that we can continue to meet the demands of rentals. We certainly believe that we'll need another operator in 2025 to assist with that work. Again, municipal employee based on the shared corporate plan that we had at the time that this was published, and we did our work with the City of Spruce Grove. And then the key projects is in 2025, we believe facility will be open, and that will be a 12-month operation in 2025. So we will capture a full years of operation for the rec facility. Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you for accommodating me for that brief update on our department. I'll now turn the microphone over to the General Manager of Planning and Infrastructure, Brett Newstead, for his presentation on the Planning and Infrastructure Department.
Thank you, General Manager. And good evening, Your Worship and Council. I'm I'm very pleased to be here. This is my first corporate plan meeting with council. And I did just want to take a moment to speak to something that the town manager opened with, that this plan comes from council and staff executes it. And I have a unique privilege of occupying both part of the staff that have helped bring portions of this plan to you tonight, and also the privilege to be here to talk about it. So it does bring me a great deal of excitement and pride to be in front of you all here tonight to talk about something that I know P&I and all the rest of the staff in town have put a lot of effort in here for tonight. So thank you for that. Realizing that there have been some shifts in pages, I did want my edition has this starting on page 33. Just wanted to make sure that we're starting on the same page, given previous comments. For my presentation, I did want to direct council's attention to those pages. As many on council may be aware, P&I went through some reorganization in 2022. This reorganization was concentrated in the operations areas, where there used to be a formal public works and facilities branches. These have been reorganized into infrastructure assets in parks and leisure. Throughout the summer, many on council probably noticed a change in vernacular, a change in reference, and these are to reflect the changes in those business units. The breakdowns in each of those areas are shown on the summary of page 33. These changes in these areas do allow the division to more effectively deliver services to the town and residents as it carries out its mandates. Speaking to P&I's mandates, it's stated in the plan it is to effectively and efficiently meet the needs of the residents in the town's built environment. These include building and maintaining infrastructure, working with the development community on new development projects and proposals, as well as providing services and maintenance for its existing infrastructure. Several key areas within our plan include Old Town South redevelopment, which was in part covered by the General Manager's strategic services. This includes infrastructure improvements that will facilitate future recreation and other facilities in the Old Town area. Municipal Development Plan update. This re-examines the 2020 MDP to incorporate recent provincial and municipal planning documents into the plan. The town's central trunk super pipe, a project that was identified in the water and sanitary master plans to address wastewater capacity and flooding mitigation within the town, which dovetails very nicely into flood mitigation. This is a portfolio of projects strategically set up to address future flooding and future issues in various locations of the town. Asset management, as has been talked about a lot here in the chamber tonight. The town continues to make progress on its asset management implementation. Council has seen some updates relative to the progress on several assets. The town's next stage, in addition to continuing current momentum, is to start focusing on buildings, specifically building a building condition index that can be used to present the current condition of the town's facilities across the network. Road rehabilitation program. This program aims to improve the town's overall pavement quality index over time with various locations and treatments, much like the town manager alluded to with Highway 628. Transportation Safety Program implementation. This is a program that sees the upgrades occur to increase traffic and pedestrian safety to various locations within the town. Storm, water, and wastewater infrastructure improvements. These two portfolio projects address aging infrastructure and add improvements to systems where needed. Cemetery construction. This is a project that would see the construction of a new cemetery off of Rosenthal Road. The town has been working on this since 2019 with design currently completed. Trail improvements and expansion. This project sees the new trails and upgrades to existing trails within the town. Parks and green space maintenance. This project ensures that the community parks, amenities, and open space service levels are tracked for improvements and efficiencies and future planning. Facility assessments are to be completed on all town buildings, leading to a measured understanding of current state of our facilities and establishing maintenance planning, which was somewhat summarized in our asset management update. And finally, event and project support, which ensures human and material resources are available for community and events and programs. On page 34, Council will see a high level of summary of P&I's operating and revenue expenses. As Council may see, corporate services always looks good as they collect the money, and P&I usually just spends it. Council can see the revenue for P&I is spread out through varying areas, including taxation, developer levies, interest, and government transfers. Of note, there is a utility fee increase based on the town's utility rate models. Going into expenses, transportation and environment services are P&I's largest increases this year. One area of reason for this is that this proposed budget, includes the Public Works Master Plan, which is proposed to examine the next steps into growing the town's infrastructure area into the next phase to 30,000 people. In addition to this plan, there's also inflationary adjustments realized through utilities, power, and fuel that are realized through some of what the town manager alluded to that all municipalities are facing. For parks, the restructuring of the department saw some transfers of full-time equivalents to new areas, which is one of the reasons for the increased costs. For engineering, the project that was removed was South Park Drive design project. Lastly, the facility saw an increase due to restructuring as well as some additional costs for various buildings and playgrounds as well as the spray park. Moving into staff breakdowns, P&I is made up of a mixture of areas that include a mix of union and non-union staff. P&I does hold the largest number of current FTEs at 51.4 and is expected to grow that within the current timeline of this corporate plan to 53.3. Of note in this plan is the inclusion of an asset management specialist in 2025 and 2 part-time staff for the cemetery in 2024. Page 36 represents the same information chart but in numerical representation. Lastly, I'll be taking some time to go over some department initiatives to specifically highlight and briefly speak on. The first one, as alluded to, is the asset management facility assessments. This initiative takes the town's focus of asset management into facilities in 2023, working to build a facility condition index rating across the town. This project will give the town a better understanding of current life cycle needs of town assets, so appropriate programming and costs can be brought to council, similar to the work that has been undertaken for roads and currently ongoing for utilities infrastructure. The Central Trunk Sanitary Sewer construction. This project has seen past incorporations into corporate plans, and many of council have seen this previously. Most of council is aware the Central Trunk project will help improve the wastewater storage as well as stormwater, provides stormwater storage during high level floods. In 2022, the town completed a detailed preliminary engineering review that's with a goal of exercising any risks and fleshing out further costs to better identify the true project risks and costs before getting into the ground. This is the reason for the increased costs in the corporate plan. The major road rehab, similar to the regular road program, the town has been investing in its roads quite meaningfully over the past few years. This particular program, unlike the regular road program, is designed to address significant roads in need of major rehabilitation. This program takes the place of the regular road program so that roads need more financial and engineering resources can be focused on. For 2023, the focus will be 57th Ave, followed by 43rd Street, as proposed in 2025. The Spruce Grove Stony Plain Trail. As council is aware, the town is currently designing the second trail that will connect Spruce Grove and Stony Plain. This trail is being designed to go on Highway 16A right-of-way, and is currently being coordinated with the City of Spruce Grove and the province in both planning and costs. Transportation Safety Program. This was an identified program from our Transportation Master Plan update in 2020, which identifies several key areas to improve safe movement of pedestrians through the town. This program will focus on improvements at JP2, and Genesis Drive, as well as some improvements to Greybrier area. This program is updated with new concerns that are brought forward from the public to ensure that they are captured and prioritized where appropriate within the program. Flood mitigation strategy. This program is a implementation of a portfolio of different projects ranging from culverts, new storm ponds, new storm lines to be placed throughout the town. This plan in next years includes the design of the Whispering Waters Creek portion of the project for implementation in 2027. I'd like to just highlight that wherever possible, the town does seek out grants for this project, and quite frankly, for all projects that we can find funding for. Given the spread and cost of this project, we do actively seek out grants. Water network mains. This project sees the construction of a new water main from the Capital Region Parkland Water Services Commission to the High Park Reservoir. This is a critical connection for the town's water network that works in conjunction with the Water Commission. Construction is expected to start in 2024 with design and coordination with the Commission happening in 2023. Active transportation implementation. This initiative focuses on closing transportation gaps within the town's trail network that was identified in the ATS strategy document presented to council in the past council. The first locations are designed to be ready and implemented in 2023 and 2025. Wastewater network trunks. These are a series of projects for wastewater growth that are funded by offsite levies to help spur development in the southeast of the town. These projects are identified in the Water and Sanitary Master Plan and are outlined further for funding to developers in the offsite levy bylaw. Arterial road work for developers. Similar to the previous project, this project is further implementation of the TMP, particularly for the new left turn lane on Highway 628. This turn bay is expected to be in need to service the increased traffic in the area over the next decade and will help avoid queuing at the intersection to further build occurs. This project is also funded by offsite levies. Snow storage site design. The town currently utilizes a snow dump site on the north boundary to store its snow in the winter during snow removal. The site has been identified to need environmental and site infrastructure upgrades to continue functioning. Municipal Development Plan. The current MDP was created in 2013 and last updated in 2020. In 2025, administration will undertake a comprehensive review to plan and ensure it continues to resonate with the community. This update will include community engagement and weave recent provincial and municipal planning documents into the plan. And lastly is asset management specialist. The town is proposing a new asset management specialist to be introduced in 2025. While great progress is being made internally on asset management, in order to make further significant strides, the town will require a dedicated person to manage and push the initiative to the next level. This position would reside within P&I and report to the engineering manager. That closes my presentation to council for this corporate plan and presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to present this, and I look forward to supporting council through this corporate plan. I will now pass it off to the General Manager of Community and Development Service.
Thank you, General Manager. Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. I'm very pleased to share with you the Community and Social Development Department Business Plan this evening. In Community and Social Development, we believe in acting as a catalyst and partner on community priorities. We use evidence-based decision-making and seek creative opportunities to build relationships and look at ways that we can foster increased collective impact. We know that when people are seen as valuable in our community, when they feel that they belong, when they feel that they are connected, we have a stronger community, and that our community is healthier, culturally, socially, politically, and economically. In moving towards our business plan conversation, our area begins on page 41 of the corporate plan package. When you look at our portfolio areas, we cover poverty reduction, mental wellness, inclusion, healthy relationships, which includes family violence, elder abuse, and anti-bullying efforts. We operate the Youth Center and the Volunteer Center. In terms of our staffing complement, we're currently at 7.0 full-time equivalent staff members. We're proposing to increase that by 0.6 in 2023 to 7.6. That 0.6 increase represents moving 2 part-time positions to full-time. So simply shifting the part-time hours to full-time equivalency for 2 positions. By 2025, we're projecting that we will be needing 8.6 full-time equivalents, so an additional one full-time person in 2025. In the budget chart, you'll note that the municipal contribution is offset by significant government grants from other levels of government, and so those represent the FCSS grant through the province of Alberta and largely a Parkland County transfer grant through their FCSS program. On the next slide, you'll note our key project areas. And so what we have under the poverty reduction is during 2023, an implementation of the Poverty Reduction Action Plan. So that plan will be coming forward to council shortly. Actually, it's scheduled for the next regular council meeting. And in 2023, we'll be moving forward with implementation of the actions that come from that plan. We'll also be supporting increased community awareness around the Stony Plain living wage. That living wage is due to be released by the Alberta Living Wage Network mid-November. And so we want to build some awareness and have discussion with community members about what a living wage means and how it can support poverty reduction efforts. We're also in the process of finalizing our 3rd housing and service needs estimate. So the first one took place, and through that we've built sort of a plan that we can take each of those different studies and understand what the needs of the homeless population, the unhoused, unsheltered might be, and those that are at risk of being homeless. So 2023 will see us releasing that plan and then moving forward to understand what the detailed findings show us. Within the mental wellness portfolio, we'll be moving forward to build out the Creating a Hope master plan, which is the mental wellness plan. Through that, we'll also be using the recommendations from the Roots of Hope Roundtable. The Roots of Hope Roundtable is focused on suicide prevention, and it's a partnership program through the Mental Health Commission of Canada. And so the specific recommendations that come through that plan related to suicide prevention will be incorporated within our local plan to increase mental wellness. The second area of focus within mental wellness for 2023 is increasing the Community Helpers Program. And the Community Helpers Program is a program that teaches primarily youth to be peer supporters when a friend or a schoolmate is going through a mental health challenge or is experiencing thoughts of suicide. Within inclusion, we'll be finalizing and assessing the recommendations of the Together We Shine strategy. And we'll also be working to build a framework to increase stronger relationships with local Indigenous peoples and moving forward on the municipal recommendations within the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action. Within the Healthy Relations portfolio, we'll be working towards enhanced collaborative work to support elder abuse efforts or elder abuse reduction efforts and develop a sustainable approach for the future. We are currently working within a collaborative model within the region. We've had funding in place for a coordinator, which will end in October 2023. And within that plan, the goal is that through work with our community partners, we'll have identified more sustainable options for the long term. And we'll also be engaging community partners to look to build a regional strategy and a community strategy to support healthy relationships and domestic violence reduction. At our youth center, we continually look for ways to improve and enhance services. And so ongoing needs assessment and evaluation takes place, which results in regular adjustments of the services that take place. We'll continue looking towards a social enterprise model at the youth center, which will focus on our GEAR program, which is the bicycle repair program. The goal is to use that program as a work experience program for youth, both in terms of hard skills, actually learning technical skills in terms of bike repair, but I think most importantly within the social side of skills, the soft skills like communications and teamwork. And so we'll be exploring ways with community partners in how to best deliver that program and make sure that it can be piloted effectively within the community. Our volunteer center is currently embarking on a volunteer and civic engagement plan. This plan is due to be released in Q2 of 2023, and it will help guide our community's plan for volunteerism and ways that we can use volunteerism to increase civic engagement. We're also in the process of exploring our own internal departmental volunteer program to see how we recruit, reward, recognize, and train volunteers, and then looking for ways that we can expand that to other municipal departments or to community organizations. For 2024, we're projecting our service changes and our key projects and services will remain status quo. And largely that's because much of the work that will be conducted in 2023 will also carry forward. In 2025, we're projecting a service change of 1.0 full-time equivalent community development officer, and that is to focus on Indigenous work. As we build out the framework and the strategy, we feel that extra capacity in that area will be required in order to give that portfolio the time and attention that it will require. The project within 2025 is the Affordable Housing and Non-Market Approaches project, and so that is building off the work of both our municipal housing strategy and the non-market research project that took place earlier this year. And it's to understand how we might look as a community to implement diverse housing opportunities within the community. And so it's creating a business plan so that we can work with community to see what the opportunities could be. And that, Your Worship, concludes the department business plans. I will turn things over to the Manager of Financial Services, Terry Stewart, to give the fiscal update.
So ladies and gentlemen, with those presentations for the corporate plan with our departments, let's take a 10-minute recess and then we'll come back with the fiscal plan, and from there we'll continue on with the budget. Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Going back to our agenda, moving on along with the presentations, we turn back to town staff for the financial plan. Go ahead.
Thank you, and good evening, Your Worship and Council. We will now transition into the fiscal side of the corporate plan. The statement of operations as presented on page 46 of the document shows the 3-year proposed revenue and expenses less reserves to present the proposed tax increase for the 3 years as 4.84%, 13.3%, and 9.8%. We will evaluate these further in the next few slides. The revenue increase of about $2 million is mainly attributable to the increase in utility revenue, taxation growth, and franchise fees. On the expense side, the increase of $2.2 million is mainly attributable to the utility increase expense, RCMP contract, transit, new FTEs, and initiatives. These have been detailed by the general managers in the previous slides. The 2023 tax impact is made up of net operational increase in the amount of 3.35%, of which is mainly made up of compensation increases for steps and COLA as outlined in the plan. 0.77% for transit service, 1.69% for one municipal employee position, and half of the RCMP contract increase staged over 2 years with a reserve transfer to offset it, offset by 1.82% in new taxation revenue, including growth, vacant land, and annexation, and 1.5% franchise fee revenue increase. Additionally, proposed initiatives have been put forth in the amount of 2.38. This includes a 2% or $370,000 transfer from tax levy stabilization that was implemented in 2022 and still maintained in this corporate plan. Net operating expenses impact for 2024 were 3.67%. The remainder of the RCMP contract increase for 2023, as well as 2024 increase, equates to 2.02%, including one municipal employee position as well. Growth is projected at 1% to offset those, and proposed initiatives total 8.61%, with 6.81 of those in relation to the recreation center. 2025 follows a similar pattern with 3.61 in net operating increase, RCMP anticipated contract increase and municipal employee of 1.45%, offset by 1% growth in tax revenue, and proposed initiatives total is 5.17% for a total of 9.81. The chart on the screen reflects the reserve balances split between operating and capital reserves. Funding levels to reserves have remained the same other than an increase in 1% tax for the year 2 of the capital infrastructure and replacement initiative discussed tonight. The graphic on the screen portrays a funding gap that is visible mainly in the operating reserves as they are depleting over the duration of the chart. The detail of this funding gap is present in most reserves as shown on the reserve chart on page 77 and continues beyond 2025. As such, projects and replacement have been shifted into future years to accommodate. The operating reserves total include $1.2 million in 2025 that is committed to the land school reserve, which is fully committed. As the projects requiring debt are presented in the plan, the town has shifted projects due to debt limit constraints. As presented, the plan will exceed the internal debt limit set by council through policy in 2023. A reminder for council, the internal debt limit was set to 80% of the allowable amount as per MGA, however, may be exceeded as approved by council. In 2026, the debentures will be right at the total debt limit. This leaves little room for inclement events. Debt is a financing source used to pay for typically large capital items in which the reserves or grants are not available to cover. Debt is paid through taxation or user fee increases. The town has planned for significant projects requiring large cash expenditures, and as a result will be experiencing a heavy reliance on debt in the next coming years. Projects requiring debt have been evaluated and reprioritized to maintain within the debt limit. In 2023, the town will exceed the internal debt limit placed by council, as mentioned. This impacts the organizational's flexibility, financial flexibility regarding potential unknown projects without reprioritization. New debentures within the 3-year window of the corporate plan are highlighted in this chart. Debt payments occur semi-annually, and as such, only one payment is made in the first year debentures are drawn. New debt taken in 2023 will not fully impact the tax rate until 2024. 50% impact will be in 2023 and 50% impact on 2024. The only exception with this one is the recreation center. So construction is slated for 2023. However, the debenture payment servicing will not occur until 2024, but the full 100% will occur in that year. As the chart on the screen portrays, the long-term debt payments with current and future debt payments annually for the next 20 years. As noted in orange, our current debt payments continue to be stable for the next 10 years before some debentures start falling off of the books. The projected revenue for 2023 is consistent per revenue class to the prior year. Please note the net taxes available does not include the additional tax revenue that would exist if the proposed tax increase for 2023 was approved. That would add another $895,000 in tax revenue. Property taxes fund the needs of the municipality. Assessment is used to ensure that taxes spread equally between properties. In 2023, a 1% tax increase is equivalent to approximately $185,000. The assessment projection for 2022 includes approximately 1% in new, or sorry, for 2023 includes approximately 1% in new assessment, implementation of the vacant land policy, and expiration of the annexation note. The total projected municipal tax levy for 2023 is $19.6 million. The increase in levy is calculated at $2.18 per month, or $26.16 annually for every 100,000 of residential assessment value. So based on an average home of $350,000, this would equate to $91.56 annually, or $7.63 per month. Just for a bit of a perspective, a 1% tax new assessment would be equivalent to approximately 24 million new assessment in as a non-residential property, or 29 million as new assessment in residential, or a combination of the two. So it does take a significant amount of new assessment to realize that 1% growth. Utilities are self-sustaining and independent to taxes. Commodity costs increase along with the proposed service changes listed account for the proposed rate increase to the utility rates. Service changes impacting the utility rates include central trunk sanitary sewer line replacement, the flood mitigation strategy, and the snow storage site. The proposed rate increases for 2023 are 6 cents per cubic meter for water, 21 cents per cubic meter for wastewater, and $5.40 for storm. The numbers on the screen present the new proposed rates in the amount of 2.1% regarding waste, which represents the operational cost increases. In 2022, we were able to carry our current contract for 1 more year without increases. So the new expiry of the waste management contract is now in 2023, mid-2023, and the impacts of that new contract are unknown at this time. Total impact to a resident based on the average house assessment of $350,000 in Stony Plain is $202.67 based on the plan proposed. This takes into account utility usage as well as taxation. Please note that the education tax increase is unknown at this time, and for the purposes of this plan has been held at the prior year level. And just a reminder to those listening, this is not a municipal tax. It is a separate requisition that is for education. Total government transfers are on par with 2022 levels. MSI is being replaced by the local government fiscal framework, of which full details have not yet been released. Therefore, there is uncertainty beyond that program. For the purposes of this plan, we have maintained the MSI operating and capital amounts. Expense classifications remain consistent with prior years and total $40.99 million, making up a similar percentage allocation as previous years, with materials and salaries the biggest expense categories. The proposed staffing complement for 2023 is 145.9 full-time equivalents. Compensation increases included in the plan include 0.75% cost of living for out of scope, 1.5% cost of living for union, merit or step increases for both groups, and 8.4 increase to council compensation per the council compensation policy. Grants have overall been maintained at the same level as previous years. The TransAlta Tri-Leisure Centre and Stony Plain Public Library have presented their 2023 budget requests to council for consideration and have not been included in the plan. Requested increases total $192,000 or 1.04% for the TLC and $92,000 or 0.5% for the library. Tangible capital assets include a variety of assets as listed on the slide. The chart breaks out each asset class, including all additions over the next 3 years. This chart includes replacement, growth, and contributed assets. Administration continues to build on asset management practices and financial forecasting for the town-owned and planned assets. The data achieved from the process continue to advance to refine 10-year needs as well as funding strategies to support those. The corporate plan will seek council's approval of capital budget in the amount of $37.7 million, of which includes contributed assets in the amount of $6.3 million. Outlined on the presentation is the breakout between municipal, utility, replacement, and growth. In the next few slides, the graphics will show the orange bars as replacement capital and the gray bars as new or growth capital. The first slide is civic infrastructure, of which can be defined as assets required for a town to provide services. This would include items such as the town office building, public works facility, and software. Growth items in this category include the corporate system strategy and Old Town South redevelopment in 2023, and the Public Works Building in 2026. Recreation, parks, and culture include assets needed to support delivery of recreational services. Examples of this include arena, pool, and parks equipment. In 2023, this includes the Community Recreation Center. Community infrastructure includes assets primarily used by the community. These would be things such as Heritage Park Pavilion and the Community Center. In 2022, the construction of the cemetery is demonstrated on the chart. Transportation classification includes roads, trails, and sidewalk network infrastructure. This includes roads, trails, backlanes, and bridges. Major growth items include the Spruce Grove Trail connection in 2023, second pedestrian rail underpass in 2025, and South Park Drive extension in 2028. Storm infrastructure is included in this area, and major growth projects include the snow storage site in 2026, as well as flood mitigation strategy in 2027 and 2030. Water infrastructure main projects include water network mains in 2024 and water reservoir upgrades in the future years. In wastewater infrastructure, major projects include Central Trunk in 2023 and wastewater network upgrades in future years. This concludes the fiscal plan portion of the presentation. I will now turn it over to our town manager.
Your Worship, I certainly appreciate the opportunity for my team and I to provide an overview and some of the highlights of what I believe is about an 80-some page document in front of you. We are certainly able to answer any questions or to support Mayor and Council in the process of moving on from here. So I'll just thank you, Your Worship, and back to you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentations there from the general managers, all the general managers and the manager of financial services. Again, members of council, you heard the presentations of what the corporate plan is for this year, 2023, and going forward. So right now, we're going to open up for questions for clarity and understanding. So if you see some errors, omissions, or just some clarity of what one area is versus another area, where the revenue comes from, or where the grant dollars is and what they actually encompass, this is the time to ask questions for clarity and understanding. This is not the time to debate the plan. The plan comes out of our strategic plan. So let's stick to questions of clarity and understanding for the first round here. Thank you. Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And sorry, this is just a quick question following on the Manager of Financial Services presentation because I didn't catch it to write it down. You mentioned the TLC budget increase and the library budget increase that are not yet included in the corporate plan as those have not been accepted and passed by council. On page 61, I do see the increase from the TLC in the amount of 32.6% and the library, I believe, in 18%. But you mentioned what those were in the increase to the town's taxation. I was wondering if you could repeat those numbers for me just so I could write them down.
Okay. I have that handy here. I think when I did the math, it is $91,000 and $820 for the library, which is a 0.05% tax increase. And the request of the TLC, an increase of $192,529, which is equivalent to a 1.04 tax increase.
So 1.04 for the TLC.
And 0.5.
0.5
No, yeah, just
for the library. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification, to the General Manager of Community Protective Services, when we were going over the corporate plan on page 36, you had mentioned that it was 53.3 employees proposed for 2025. However, when I do the math, I get 54.3 because I see an increase in both engineering and infrastructure asset.
Okay, you referenced page 31 or page 36?
Page 36.
Okay, so that's the General Manager of Planning Infrastructure?
Oh, sorry. That's my mistake.
I think there's actually two errors there. So Councillor Loynes, I'll add with you. Page 31.
Yeah.
And it goes to
Yes.
Community and Protective Services. I think Councillor Loynes was asking the question regarding the table 21, where it's listed as 52.8. And if you do the math, it is 53.8. So you're lost one position there. So, and then I referenced that to page 17 of the corporate plan, which does have 53.8 under Community and Protective Services. So we're just trying to figure out which number is correct.
Your Worship, the chart on page, let me just get the page number here, hold on. The chart on page 17 is correct, and the table on page 31, Table 21 will be corrected to reflect that.
Thank you.
And then going back to the other one.
And as Councilor Lawrence mentioned, also page 36, we have a similar question, at least because I think Councilor Lawrence mentioned that on page 36, table 26,
Yes.
the addition on proposed for 2025 is incorrect, because that does not match the proposed positions on the corporate plan, page 17. So we're, again, the question asked is which one is correct?
Your worship,
Go ahead.
through the Councilor Loynes, I believe the error might be that the asset management specialist is reflected in page 36, but not in the other tables. Just doing a quick glance between pages here. That's something we would have to clean up.
Okay, because on page 17, you have, that addition is correct because it's at 53.3. On page 36, if you add the addition on page proposed 2025, that should be 54.3. So again, on this side, on page 36, you have 54.3 staff members, and on page 17, you have 53.3 staff members for 2025.
The numbers will be corrected. We will reflect an accurate, up-to-date FTE table for council first thing tomorrow as well, and verify all those numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the clarification, Your Worship. And then just my next question. In the corporate plan we looked at last year, and I'd asked it at that point then too, we had proposed $890,000 as our portion for the path to Spruce Grove. But in this corporate plan, it does say $1.6 million. Did we increase our budget for that, or is this now a combined total for both Stony and Spruce?
That's on page 37.
Your worship will verify that amount if you can just provide us with a couple of minutes.
Okay, so it's on table 30, page 37, and I'm verifying if our share, or half the cost is 819, or is it $1.6 million?
Your worship, the town's portion is 815,000 of that 1.63 million.
Thank you. And I believe that is all for me right now.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Loynes. Members of the council, any other questions for clarity and understanding on the corporate plan? Okay. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking on, actually flipping back and forth between a couple pages here, but page 44, looking at our proposed initiatives in terms of the increase, looking at the community peace offer specifically that refers back to table 22, I think it was a total of $210,000 in terms of that new position. It was alluded to in the presentation that a 1% tax increase is $185,000. And so I'm just looking for some clarity on where we came up with the 0.59% increase. My math would be a little bit more than 1 for that. So just some clarity, please.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Anderson and all of council, the peace officer position also includes a portion that is for equipment, which is funded by reserves. Therefore, there is no tax impact on there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Anything else, Councilor Anderson?
No, that's good. Thank you.
I did have a question.
Councillor Hanser, go ahead.
It's a simple sort of question, but one to help my brain be organized. On the organizational chart, which, by the way, I think is a helpful tool to understand what is going on in our town, page 15 of the corporate plan, I'm curious why we have nothing under Community and Social Development Department. Would that not include the FCSS department and anything else that general manager is in charge of? And could that not be put there so that it helps us stay clear what is being looked after by this general manager?
Your worship, through to Councillor Hansard and all of council, we can certainly illustrate the details of the Community and Social Development Department and provide that with the updated corporate plan for the November 28th meeting.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. And I think, Councillor Hanser, you're referring to page 43 as well, where it has the general manager under community and social services, and then also has 6 in the community and social development area. So you're looking for that broken down into the list under the corporate plan.
Yes, I understand there's people there, but it helps to see what the responsibility is. It's very clear.
Yes.
For every other general manager, I like to have things clear.
Yes, and I think I'm just verifying that's what you want. Yeah.
That is.
Okay.
But I'd like it to say FCSS, this is a public document, and a lot of people want to know. There was a whole discussion in the chat pages that there was no longer FCSS in Stony Plain, and I don't want that mistake to be perpetuated.
No. Well, Councillor Hansard, that is somewhat true. It is now called Community and Social Development.
So we don't use FCSS anymore?
No, they run and operate FCSS.
Well, they run and operate FCSS, but
but-
can we not say that so that it's got a hole that it fits in?
Your worship, yeah, we can certainly, make some of those changes, whether it's in that area or any other area. Sometimes the way we design the org charts, there from time to time can be little oddities in them, so to speak, and we can make that change. But maybe just for clarification, I'll also ask the general manager to speak a little bit about the nomenclature associated with the department and the business units and so on, and maybe just that can provide a bit of clarity, a bit of overview of that. So.
Thank you, Town Manager. Your Worship, through you to Councillor Hansard and the rest of Council. When we speak about the FCSS program, we describe it as one of our funding sources, and we also describe it as one of the provincial programs that we deliver through the Community and Social Development Department. So when we're speaking publicly, we still talk about FCSS, we still talk about the preventive service delivery that takes place under the FCSS mandate. We just simply don't describe ourselves as the FCSS department because we are much bigger and we include many more things than we did when we were simply FCSS. Thank you, Your Worship.
I appreciate that explanation. But on the org chart, it looks like your department has nothing in it. I don't like that. We don't need a manager if we don't have anything in the department. Everybody else has items identified that they're looking over, it's overseeing, and it just doesn't make sense. A Deputy Mayor, Laurie, at the time, had to step in on that chat page with authority to assure people we still had FCSS functioning in this town. And he doesn't even remember it, but he did.
And again, I caution members of council to engage on social media. I mean, it was a downfall.
It was a good chat.
It
It
was a
was
downfall of
nothing.
many councillors and mayors and administrative staff. It is, if there's information that is incorrect, they can definitely contact the town through the proper channels for clarity. Councillor Plechko, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through to our Community and Protective Services, reference page 3132 of the corporate plan here. We'll talk about accessible transportation service. And I see we talk about Spruce Grove in there as a partner in this. Is our portion of those two people, the 37,000 and the 26,000, or is that still a shared cost between us and the city of Spruce Grove, please?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Paleschko, that would be our cost for those two positions, our proportionate share of those two costs.
So can you clarify for our audience and our public, is this a 50-50 partnership that we share with the city of Spruce Grove, or is this a cost that's more directed to the town of Stony Plain for a service that we offer both communities?
The current percentage share is 60-40, 60 being City of Spruce Grove, 40% being the town of Stony Plain.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a few here, starting on page 29 in the Community and Protective Services Operational Summary. Looking at the expenses column under Protective Services, showing an increase in expenses of $790,945 for note number 2. That talks about that $790,000 including RCMP contract increase, additional RCMP municipal employee, fire casual increase, and peace officer. The only one that I really saw split out was the peace officer, which I think was approximately $110,000. I'm just wondering if I can get a breakdown. It's $800,000. It's a pretty significant amount of money. So can I get a breakdown of how much of that is the RCMP contract, how much is the RCMP municipal employee, how much is the fire casual, and how much is the peace officer?
Your Worship, I'll just have our manager of finance provide a summary of that.
Your Worship, through to Deputy Mayor, we did have a chat about that this morning, so I do have those numbers. The RCMP is 520,000.
120,000?
520,000.
That's for the contract, sir?
That's the contract,
Okay,
that's correct.
thank you.
The municipal employee was 30,000. The casual impact was 64. And the CPO, as you've stated, is 110.
Thank you. And then, if I may, Your Worship, I have a similar question.
Okay, go ahead.
So on page 34, we have the same thing under planning and infrastructure, under the transportation line, $418,891 increase that includes increased transit service expense, the public works master plan, and inflationary adjustments for utilities and fuel. Again, I'm curious if we can get the breakdown on those three items, is how much of that total they encompass.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Laurie and all of Council. So the Public Works Master Plan is $50,000. Transit increase is $132,000. We also in that line have the FT additions for ATS, and that was $140,000. And then we had some operational increases to match market for electricity and fuel that totaled over $100,000.
Thank you. And then just one last, if I may, Your Worship, for clarity.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll ask this as a combined question. On page 39, table 37, we refer to the snow storage site design. And then on page 78, in the contractual obligations, we refer to the contract in regards to waste management. Both of those items, I'm recalling, as I think about my time on council, as being discussed as potential regional projects. The snow site, for example, it was discussed about potentially looking at the option of one snow dump site that both municipalities, the city of Spruce Grove and the town of Stony Plain, could jointly operate and share. And then in regards to the waste management contract, there was just a discussion, I believe even recognized in the tri-regional plan, about the alignment of the waste management agreements and potential alignment of a contract negotiation. And flipping through Spruce Grove's corporate plan, I understand that they're in the exact same situation with the exact same expiry. So I'm just wondering if I can get a little bit of clarity if either of those items still are under consideration of a regional approach.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, thank you for the question. Regarding the waste services contract, we are reaching out to the city of Spruce Grove to see if there's any opportunity for alignment with that. I don't have that answer handy. As of right now, it is considered without that regional collaboration at this point within this plan. We do have a good relationship with our peers over the city of Spruce Grove, as you know, so we do try and keep an open dialogue to see where we can align with those, if at all. The snow dump site, currently, I don't believe we've had as much engagement on with regards to that. In the corporate plan, it is a standalone item. So the answer is we will have those discussions going forward, as we do have some more breathing room with that particular project to see if there is some alignment that we can find with our neighbor. However, it is at this time a standalone corporate item for the town.
Excellent, thank you very much, and I'm encouraged that the conversations will happen. The entire undertaking of the tri-regional plan was to find opportunities in where we could work together to achieve fiscal economies and limit or eliminate, where possible, duplication of services. I'd also be interested, so in September of this year, the City of Spruce Grove did also pass a motion through council that they were not changing their service levels for waste management. And so I'm not sure how that would impact any potential discussions in regards to an alignment of a waste management contract, but I'd be very interested to hear those discussions and see something come to council in regards to that. I think that is one of the items that was a key item identified in the tri-regional plan as an item to work on moving forward, given that the contracts were coming up in a relatively short period of time. So hopefully we will see some of that information back in these chambers soon. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hansard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put a question forward through you to the General Manager of Planning and Infrastructure. He sits so calmly and coolly while his department presents awesome big numbers, and it can almost overwhelm you when you're looking through all of this. And I'm thinking I would be afraid to come to work some days throwing numbers like this around. I'd like, if on page 34, under total expenses column, a little further explanation of exactly what is included in environmental services. Almost everything else is very self-explanatory, but I'd like to know, and perhaps anyone from the public who may be viewing or viewing this later would also like to know what those numbers are going across that pertain to environmental services.
Okay, thank you.
It's number 3 in the red.
Page 34.
If I'm just going to stick on a little bit here, so I'll ask our manager of financial services to maybe just give a broader perspective as what's included in environmental services, and then perhaps after that, the general manager may want to get a little more specific as to anything, being a little more specific in there, but just a broad stroke. So.
Absolutely, thank you. So that would just include all utilities, so water, storm, sewer, and waste management are all included in environmental services.
Pardon me. Through your worship, the Councillor Hansard, I'll add to your comment that I get very excited coming to work with these kinds of programs that I get to help deliver for the town. Following up with the manager of finance's comments, so the environmental services also does include the central trunk as well in there, and it does include all the additional cost of services that were mentioned by the financial manager as well.
Councillor Pletchko?
Yes, thank you, Worship. This is for the Office of the CAO, page 24, under the business plan. You talk about estimate 1% of new taxes revenue due to new assessment, vacant land revenues, and annexation order expiry. Can you speak to the annexation order expiry and what that means?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Pletchko and all of Council. So as presented just last month, the annexation order had expired, and so I'd reported a $30,000 increase in revenue based on that annexation order expiring, and those properties no longer applying the Parkland County tax rate. They will now be applied the Town of Stony Plain tax rate.
Thank you. And one further question. So, planning and infrastructure, I think this is page 34. I'd like to go back to, we talked about an increase in the transit service expenses of $132,000. Can you tell me what is in this budget that was prior to the increase of $132,000?
So I can see some people looking for some numbers. So I'll just make a general comment again on this one. So I think the general manager earlier had indicated we're transitioning the reporting and the numbers of this particular service. So they are showing up now in the planning and infrastructure departments, but in the future they will show up in the community and protective services departments, and that's effectively who is overseeing and managing the transit service at this point in time. So if I spoke for long enough and filled some time, I imagine these people will have the numbers ready.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Palechico, and thank you, Town Manager. So the amount that was in the budget for 2022 in regards to transit was $487,000, and it is now $630,000. So as the General Manager, Community and Protective Services talked about in his presentation, that is a combination of moving in towards, so the town operations for 6 months and then EMSTC for the next 6 months.
Okay, thank you. So for a little bit more clarification then, so previously in budgets, when we talked about moving to the new mode of transportation, seems to me that that number has gone up substantially from what it is. Can you tell me how much that's gone up from what we anticipated it being to where it is today, and possibly why that has changed?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would have to go back to see what was originally presented to council, because that was a few years ago, so I can absolutely do that. But I did want to mention that moving towards EMSTC is actually cheaper than the town operations currently, so we will see savings. It's just we have 1 year, or sorry, 6 months of the town and then 6 months of EMSTC, so it actually goes down for the latter 6 months of the year. And so then we will have savings next year.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councillor Palechico?
That's it for now.
Okay. Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I almost fear asking it, but going to table 2 on page 7, the $3 million 2024 infrastructure construction, I'm trying to figure out what that is. Or is that something that will come out of the stakeholder engagement?
Your Worship,
It's gonna be an obvious one.
So, yeah, I mean, appreciate the question, and I'll ask our General Manager of Planning Infrastructure, I believe, will probably be the best person to speak to what those potential costs would be in 2024. And I think I'll just maybe make a broad comment that as that area continues to develop and you know, different things are contemplated or added or so on. Part of the challenge or opportunity that we're trying to stay ahead of is what would need to be done if things were built out. So I know that's part of the rationale. We have done some work already on, you know, service sizing, water line sizing, sanitary sizing. I mean, that sort of work has, I think, initially taken place. And the design work would be to be prepared for what could be a potential full build out of areas within that Old Town South. So I'll stop there and certainly ask the General Manager to provide anything further or more specific to that.
Thank you, Town Manager, through your worship. In line with the Town Manager's comments there, this project aims to, we have done, the town has done some preliminary work on what kind of infrastructure improvements may be needed in that area in the short, medium, and long term as the area builds out. As the Town Manager alluded to, as we grow out the area, as there's new services that come into a more mature neighborhood, we need to take a serious look at the infrastructure around the area to make sure that its condition and current service will grow the town to where it wants to go with that, with all the different services that come out. This includes things like water lines, wastewater lines, storm ponds potentially, and roads along that way. So those things can carry a large price tag as things are built out. And that's the preliminary work that has shown us is what brought us with that number today.
Okay, thank you. A couple other quick ones. Just, again, I'm embarrassed. Page 34, number 4, GL, movement for restructure. I hate acronyms. What is GL standing for there, please, someone? Sorry, it's page 34, it's the number 4, it says GL, it's the red number 4, GL movement for restructure.
Thank you through you, worship, to all of council and Council Meyer. That stands for general ledger, so it was just due to the restructure that occurred. There was just some shifting between some of those areas.
That solves that mystery. And because that one was so easy, can I have one more? Table 8, it talks about, just finding it there, the community collaboration for innovative, diverse housing. It speaks of a collaboration of community partners will design a multi-unit housing project. I'm just curious if there is any further intent there. When I hear housing project, I am assuming we would be a partner in that, and I don't see any proposed funding or anything like that further along. So that's a question. Is there proposed funding for that initiative or something coming out of that plan?
Good. General Manager.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Meyer and the rest of Council. At this point in time, we don't have a funding source identified for the project. We know that housing and homelessness is a high priority for the federal government. And, so we're keeping an eye on what funding projects might come out and what might be available. We do know that rural communities in Alberta tend to be a bit disadvantaged compared to the 7 cities within Alberta who get very targeted, very specific housing and homelessness partnership dollars. But we have been successful in the past. In fact, the project that we presented earlier this year, the non-market housing project, came through funding dollars through the Rural Development Network. So we will keep an eye on that. Key partners for projects such of this nature would be our regional partners.
That's good for now. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on page 27 here, table number 20 speaks to the corporate system strategy and some upgrades to the enterprise resource planning. I'm wondering if we can get some further commentary on how this new software, this new program will impact our service delivery, impact the day-to-day of the staff that work in this department. The reason I ask is we often hope to see efficiencies when we look at new systems and those sorts of things. And so when we're looking at the implementation of this particular system, and some of the things that are listed here in the summary around payroll, timesheets, human resources, et cetera, we're also considering some increases in staffing FTE in those same areas. And so I guess my question's really around found efficiencies in the software, and if that will lead to potentially some savings in current staff's time to minimize the need of some of those new positions that are proposed.
Your Worship, I'm going to make a few comments on this particular project, and then certainly the staff can get into the specifics of the question. Your Worship, this has been something that's been on the radar for quite some time, and as Council has probably seen, these are certainly not low-cost projects, and frankly, they're not low-time investments either. This is a significant chunk of work for our staff. Both at project management levels, so to speak, but certainly there's been a lot of engagement with the staff that utilize the systems, and that would continue. These are substantial undertakings, And again, I know the staff will be able to speak, more specifically to the question. But I want to make note and advise council because, I will say that this is a project that can be concerning too. There's a lot of data that has to migrate over, whatever the words are that they use. But I will note that I certainly feel very confident in the people we have now running this project and the people that are involved with the efforts to, design and understand what the good things could be and all of that goes into it. And again, we've been working on this for a while and would intend to be working on it for, I believe, another 18 to 24 months. So it's a significant undertaking for our corporate services area. It affects a number of other areas of the organization. But I'll stop there, and certainly someone else can get into the specifics of it.
I'll just make a few comments, and then we do have our project lead here with us in our manager of finance. So if she wants to add any additional comments, I'd certainly welcome that because she's been more directly involved in the oversight of this project to this point. But I would say that in terms of improvement and efficiencies and where the potential for this new system replacement can take the organization really rests around not only the availability of the data that we look to improve upon, but also the reporting mechanisms that this system will provide for us. So, I think the decision-making capacity, the ability to provide better understanding of efficiencies and decisions that are going to be made has yet to be seen with this system. And I think we're excited about the potential for that. What that translates into in terms of exact quantitative efficiencies and services, I think once we have a more defined vendor and product that we are committed to at this point, we'll be able to better define and answer that for you. But I'll ask our manager of finance just to speak to any specifics that she would like to about that potential.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just very high level, I won't go into a lot of detail, but this project was in the corporate plan last year and the project has started, so we've gone out to tender for this. And we have just received demos from 3 vendors that ranked the highest in the process. And so we're right now working on kind of the best and final offers from those and going through a negotiation stage and information gathering stage with those. I will just echo on the comment that the town manager made this evening in regards to moving towards organization of 30,000 or a town of 30,000 people. And put very simply, our current system doesn't support the operations that we currently have right now. And so it is imperative to move to a system that will support those services right now so that we can continue to enhance our services and efficiencies into the future to be able to support 30,000 residents.
Perfect, and thank you for that. And I think, my question isn't so much around the software specifically because I see certainly value there. And it's trying to understand, what a $1.5 million program brings to our organization in terms of, finding those efficiencies and allowing our staff to do different aspects of their job, maybe more efficiently and those sorts of things. And so contrasting, the hope for found efficiencies there with the request for the additional FTE. And if we can find efficiencies, if there's, a need for 1.1 FTE in addition as well. And so I guess that's kind of where my thinking is. And we, when we get into the discussion and deliberation, we can certainly dig into that a little bit deeper. My second question is just flipping over to page 9, table 4, specifically our broadband strategy. And I've had the opportunity to have conversations with some developers hoping to build in our North Business Park. And one of the barriers that I keep hearing is specifically broadband and getting broadband into that area. And right now, that's kind of a go or no-go for some of them, or that's the dialogue anyway. And so I'm wondering the timeline here in terms of 2024. I know this strategy has started this year. Is this just by nature of going through the process and the time, et cetera, or is this a budget concern in terms of pushing this to 2024 as opposed to undertaking that second stage here this upcoming year?
Your worship, through to Councillor Anderson and all of council, certainly the decision to adjust this from 2023 to 2024 is based on particularly where we're at with the first phase of the broadband strategy at this point in time. The strategy for the first phase is not yet complete. We're close. I believe we're in the final stages and anticipating that strategy to wrap up here in the next couple of months. However, we do anticipate that there will need to be time to review the results of that strategy and consider some of the impacts going forward and discuss and look at the scope for the second phase of this project and what that might look like. So, we're certainly very cognizant of the potential impact of what the second strategy might look like in terms of potential services, potential partnerships, potential investment, and impacts to the town. So we want to be sure that we are representing the best possible scenario for that second phase of the strategy. And we really do feel like we need that time to digest the first phase and prepare for what could be, a new venture, a new level of service, an entirely new area of role for the municipality in terms of digital infrastructure efforts.
Anything else, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Yeah, just a quick follow-up. So part of that strategy, I guess my hope then would be to look at the cost of being able to take that broadband service into the North Business Park. Am I correct in that assumption and understanding?
Yeah, that's certainly a known gap at this point in time. That's not I could say wouldn't be a surprise that we'll see that in the strategy. As well, we're just in the midst of understanding both the federal and provincial potential for funding partnerships for broadband. Certainly the province has recently just announced some of their role in this. So all of that kind of coming to fruition over this period of time certainly gives us lots of ideal opportunity for us to move forward on this, as well as addressing some of those known gaps as well.
For sure. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councilor Pletchko?
Yes, thank you, Worship. This is to planning and infrastructure. So as I look through this program, I'm really disappointed. I see facility maintenance improvements, and yet we have talked. I kind of look back, and when it first come up, it was probably in my second term, my second year of my first term on council, regarding our public works building. We have a number of employees, and we talk about improved services, we talk about being able to look after a community better, but we don't talk about the services that they need to be able to do the job that you're talking about. I'm really disappointed in this, and if you can help me to understand why it's not here. Last year we talked about it. I know in the fourth year of my first term, it was highly talked about, a new public works building for our employees. I don't even see a phased approach to it. Is there a reason that we haven't seen it? And when I look at this, if we wait till 2026, which is where I see it seems to come about, we're already going to be at our debt limit. So we're going to have to look at new ways and different ways to be able to get that for the employees there. And correct me if I'm wrong, but we have 50 employees plus that goes to 100 at times. We have one bathroom. We have a building that's well under-serviced. And we just went through a pandemic where we had a hard time struggling our people. And yet I don't see something that is really important to our betterment of our community for the people that are working for us.
Okay. In terms of the public works, I believe it is on the long-range capital plans, but can we provide an update of the process of where we're going to get to in terms of as one of the priorities of council. So it is in our strat planning, but it's not today.
Your worship, we could certainly answer a few questions or speak to that matter. So, your worship, I think I need to address something that's simply misunderstood. The Public Works Department, our operations department, certainly has access to more than one bathroom. There's some in the operations building. There's people in the annex building that have access. So, just to be clear, that's simply not the case. Going from there, as I spoke to a little bit earlier, I think that that's exactly what we are intending to bring forward to council. We just recently received an update from the staff involved in the design, and that is to come forward with a bit of a phased approach, alternatives to in one project, one major build, I guess is what I would call it. We've seen that, we got it at the SLT table, I believe about a month ago or a few weeks ago. And the intent was to bring that into the chambers and say, here's what we got, and here's some different alternatives and a different approach. I'm excited to do that. I was pleased myself to see the work that had gone into it, the work with the staff out there, the architects have done with the staff out there, and the alternatives they're proposing. So, yeah, correct. What's contained in this plan is 2026, I believe, capital project. We do intend to bring alternatives forward to council in what I would say the near term. I don't know if I would say in December of this year, but certainly within early Q1 2023, to say here's another way of looking at this particular project. Your worship, and if I can just be bold here for a second, I spend a lot of time out there at that public workshop with the staff out there, and frankly, I like to believe there's as much as anybody in this room, I want to see that project move forward. Over my time, I can tell you bluntly that I had the same situation in the city of Humboldt when I worked there. For what it's not maybe the nicest thing to say in some ways, but oftentimes public works facilities are the last to get improved. I know our friends over at Spruce Grove had a similar situation not too long ago before they spent, I believe, about $17 million 4 or 5 years ago on a public works facility. Your worship, I work with these people day in, day out, and I don't like to go anywhere where our staff are being housed in something that I'm not proud of. And I think it's fair to say I'm not proud of the way we're all of the ways our staff are working out of the facilities there. And I can assure Council and Councillor Palechko that the staff are doing the work and the effort to be able to come in here with a project. In my words, we want to make it very easy for council to approve. So we're trying to put in a lot of the work to make it easy for council to approve, both as a project and as a funding models and financing models. So, Your Worship, I'll leave it at that, and I hope that answers some of the questions.
That's good. Go ahead, Councilor Palechko.
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate that. That's been a long time coming, so I'm glad to hear that we're going to see something in the first part of the new year that will reflect the ability for our employees to work in a much better situation. Thank you.
Okay. Again, just because this is a kind of corporate plan for 2023, 24, and 25. As mentioned by the town manager, the public works building is outside that scope in 2026. So that's why it's not like as one of the box table items. And if council turns to page 66 and 65, there's a lot of capital project and replacement costs that are prior and outside of that 23 to 25 timeframe that you will see there, but you will not see on this corporate plan because it's not at the appropriate time to bring it forward yet. So I think Councillor Palechko just mentioned that. So it does state in there that so that we are aware of it as a council, staff are aware of it as council, and I definitely appreciate the update from the town manager of the timing and the process. So the next corporate plan, after council has adopted kind of the phasing that's been brought forward, they will see it in the corporate plan for next year, where it's 2024 to 2026. I think that's what the town manager is trying to say, right?
Yeah, Your Worship, again, I'm sure one of the general managers could tell me, more specifically as to the timing and the design timing and so on. But yeah, the intent is to come in here early into the new year with the ability to say, here's a way of getting this moving and getting this done, is really the intent. So not sure if the general manager wants to add anything further on the design or the process that he's aware of.
Thank you, Town Manager, through your worship, to Councillor Plechko and all of council. Just to echo the Town Manager's comments, you know, we're very mindful of the efforts of our public works staff, and I too also spend a lot of time over there and trying to engage with staff and understand some of the challenges and also successes that they reach. So I did want to acknowledge that part of your question. Further to the Town Manager's comments on the building, there is a phased approach being finalized right now. Includes a few different ways to bring forth the needed improvements that council is outlining to us. We are intending to bring this to council to showcase ways that we can deliver this project in the near term. The design considerations include some renovations to the existing buildings, as well as, which includes the annex and the existing public works building, some site improvements, as well as new storage buildings for equipment, and any potentially new admin building. So there are design, without getting too detailed into everything before it's finalized. Those are just some high level things that we're contemplating right now.
I can appreciate all of that, and I can appreciate through you to your worship too. We talk about 2026, but if we don't ask them questions, it's also something that we can bring forward as a motion to add to our corporate plan. So I think it's important that everybody's able to ask the questions that they need based on the stuff that's sitting before us today. Yes. And that was a question that when I looked at it, and I think I acknowledged that it was 2026. But it's also something that we need to take into consideration when we're approving this budget too, is that if there is something that's going to come in 2024 that can help these individuals, maybe there's something that we need to cut in 2023 that allows us to be able to do that as well. So I think that's more important than just having something that shows up in 2026. I think it's an opportunity that it's all here. It's part of our strat plan, and I think it's something we need to talk about. So.
Okay, thank you. And I just want, I think, the town manager mentioned that there's more than one washroom. I've heard that commentary a few times. Can the general manager give us a count of how many people actually work in public works and how many washrooms there are? Because if there's only one, then I definitely do have an issue with that. And it's been a long time since I've had a tour of the public works building.
Your worship, to all council, there are washroom facilities within the garage of the building, of the main public works building, and there is also washrooms within the annex right near the supervisor's offices on the annex. So to confirm that there is indeed more than one washroom on the site itself. Off the top of my head, the number of union and non-union staff there, I couldn't give you an exact number right now. But I will say it's the bulk of our entire division. If I'm just going to go look up on the top here, we have 20.4 currently in infrastructure assets and 17 in parks and leisure. So that would total 37.4 that are currently at that location.
Thank you. And then I think you said the phase approach is going to come before council, so that will address some of those issues.
Pardon me, Your Worship, I missed that last part.
I think you said that you guys coming back with a phase approach and presentation to council to address some of the deficiencies, so that will address some of the, I guess, facilities, storage, et cetera, before we get the build on the public works building.
Yes, and through Your Worship, to your comment, the improvements to the existing public works building and annex would address a number of different things within those buildings that have been brought to our attention through the engagement with the staff. So the improvements in the buildings are not just simply new paint or new facade or anything. They are quite significant that we would look to do in alignment with what we could accomplish in the corporate plans.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is to the CAO. Without getting into private conversations, could you elaborate a little bit more on where we're sitting with our government relations in regards to Highway 779 and 628. And on page 7, we talk about trying to get transfer of development authority. With the recent change in the Premier and Minister for Transportation, I'm wondering if that's still going forward, or are we taking a small step back?
Your worship, through to Councillor Loyens, I'll just offer some commentary with regards to that. We did have a meeting recently with the Minister of Transportation, Minister Panda. Since that time, we did correspond and clarify a request to further the agreement for the transfer of control and authority of those highways, provincial highways that run through Stony Plain. The outstanding issue, of course, is to clarify the funding support and what that agreement might look like in terms of funding provincial support for that. That letter of request was submitted to Minister Panda following our dialogue with them. Since that time, of course, we have had a cabinet shuffle, and there is a new Minister of Alberta Transportation, now Transportation and Economic Corridors. I'm going to take a stab at that. So we have followed up with a letter to the new minister and reiterated those conversations and that request. At this point in time, we haven't received any follow-up correspondence from them with regards to that. So I would anticipate we will probably be hopefully receiving a correspondence and follow-up with that early in the new year, once the minister has had an opportunity to consult with their staff.
Thank you so much.
Your worship, and maybe I'll just quickly add on to that too. So, I mean, the other side of that conversation is the one that happens at the administrative levels. And as I think council's probably aware, we spend a fair amount of time in conversations with Alberta Transportation at the administrative level, operating stuff, capital things, so on and so forth. And I wouldn't expect, I think we have noted to council in the past that at the administrative level, the agreements have more or less been solidified as to the, transitions and legalities and so on and so forth. So I would expect those to hold true, regardless of minister or government sort of thing. And I haven't heard anything different in the last little while on the administrative aspects of those agreements. So.
Thank you.
Councillor Hansard.
Mr. Mayor, at the risk of a question that's going to sound odd to some, I'm going to ask it. I've been out of the country now for 3.5 weeks, returning on Friday, and I will confess I did not stay up with Alberta news while I was away. I took a holiday. I would like to know, because in our budget, several places, we reference RCMP, support staff position and member position. With the new leader of the UCP party that is the government in power now in the province, has the whole discussion about Alberta Provincial Police Force off the table, so we don't have to worry about that, and it's okay for us to go forward with our budget, planning for RCMP members and enhancements.
I would say it is. Currently, we do have a contract with the federal government for our RCMP services, which was a 10-year contract, and I believe we're in year 4 of that 10-year contract. So anything that happens with the Alberta Police Services, if this provincial government chooses to go ahead and go down that direction, will happen during or after that time. So okay. There will be a few years before this. I think if anything of that magnitude changes, there needs to be a transition period. So going forward with what's recommended here in terms of RCMP payment and municipal staff members, it would be appropriate.
So we can carry on with our business. Thank you.
Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple of questions. Page 44, it shows that the RCMP contract municipal employee position is 1.69% of the proposed tax increase. Based on some of the questions I asked earlier regarding the increase in the protective services expenses, I was told that it was a $520,000 increase for the RCMP contract and a $30,000 increase for the RCMP municipal employee contract. So that's $550,000, which is equivalent to 2.97%. And so I'm just a little confused as to if that's 2.97% of taxation increase, why do we only see 1.69% reflected on page 44?
Thank you through your worship to Councillor Laurie and all of council. It isn't noted specifically in the document. Through my presentation, I did comment in regards to staging the RCMP contract increase over 2 years. So we are funding, or in this plan, we have funded that partially from reserves. And so that the tax impact was not fully on the residents of the town in 1 year, as it was quite significant.
If that answers that particular question, I'm going to ask our manager of financial services to maybe speak a little bit to the retro payments again. I know that that was a pretty big topic a couple of years ago, or a year and a bit ago. But if I could just have her maybe walk through the union agreement and the retro costs and how we've accounted for that. That may just shed a little bit of light or give a little bit of better understanding for some that may have not been around for that particular dialogue. So.
Thank you, Town Manager. So the RCMP retro pay has been accounted for in our financial statements, and we've basically accrued for that dollar amount and put it aside. So it's basically sitting there until we receive resolution on whether or not we have to pay that. So we do have that money set aside right now because it is technically a liability of the town of Stony Plain. Should we receive notification that we do not need to pay that, we would then bring that forward to council to put that money into reserves that would basically offset some of this. So that's kind of one piece. The second piece that the town manager had brought up was just in regards to the RCMP contract. So there were many moving parts last year in regards to what the new union negotiation rate increase would be, when it would go back to, all of those sorts of things. So basically we use the estimates that were provided from the RCMP as much as they provided, which was very little at the time. And so the compounding effect of multiple years of increases are now hitting us in our operating budget, and so that is one piece of it. However, there were also increased capital requests of approximately $200,000 that were also put forward that were not in the projections that were provided the previous year, and so there's some additional capital, so that is also requested in that $550,000. So part of it is labor costs and part of it is capital. And then also there was a small portion for training, et cetera.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you very much. Staying with Community Protective Services, so we did hear again that $64,000 of that was for the fire casual. I'm curious, I did send an email I've spoke about it many times about the service that the Stony Plain Fire Department provides to Alberta Health Services. So I did send an email on October 30th asking for some more information on the expenses attributed to our medical first response calls. I'm wondering, number one, if it would be possible to get an answer to at least some of those questions before we do get into the debate portion of the corporate plan, given that there is a $64,000 increase to the casual wages included in the corporate plan. Also, I'm wondering if I can know the total in the 2022 budget for fire casual wages. So I can calculate what the increase of $64,000 is in relation to the existing budget.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie. So in response to the first part, I think we have compiled that. I know we have compiled that, and we can provide that to all of council. There were some pretty detailed questions, and we're able to get those numbers provided, so on and so forth. But we'll provide that to all of council, so that just to make sure everyone's aware or has the same information. And to the second question, I'll look to either the general manager or the manager of finance, maybe to speak directly to that. Or second part of the question, so.
So, sorry, Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, just confirm with me. Yes, you did send a host of questions. Are you looking for the total wages to date for the first 3 quarters minus training, just basically a response to calls, total?
So for the second part of my question, so in the budget, there's been a request for an increase of $64,000 as a part of the $790,000 increase. And that is for fire casual wages, from my understanding. So I'm just trying to understand what was the budget for that same line item in 2022, so that I know what that increase of $64,000 equates to percentage-wise.
Your Worship, I think the manager of finance has that handy.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, to all of council. So in 2022, that line item was $395,500 and is now going to $460,000. So I will do the quick math right here. As a percentage increase, that is 16%. Just of note as well, the revenue for fire services was also increased to offset this incremental casual expense.
And for clarity, where does the increase in that revenue come from?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, to all of council. So that is charged out to some neighboring municipalities mainly, and I'll let the General Manager, Community and Protective Services to add.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, so that would be the fire services agreement and the contract that we have related to our response to, because not all calls are in the town of Stony Plain, as you're aware, so that there would be a revenue allocation related to that increase.
And to wrap that up, then, is that increase equivalent to, is the increase in revenue equivalent to the increase in expense? And if not, what portion of that expense is covered off by the increase in revenue?
Thank you, through Your Worship, to all of council. The increase in revenue that was realized was just shy of $37,000. So about half, a little bit over half of that.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that clarity.
That's good. All right. Any more questions for clarity, understanding? Councilor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and my questions are much easier. I should be getting points for that. Just going to page 38, 2 questions, one on table 30 and one on table 34. I'll start with table 30, just in regards to the funding source, the grant there. If someone could, from administration, could, or yourself, Your Worship, could remind me about this funding source, this grant.
Thank you. So the sources of funding is grant. So grant dollars.
We're just double checking over here, so.
And I'm guessing that Councilor Meyer's same question for table 34 as well.
No, actually, no, but, I mean, if they want to tell me that too. No, my question is just a little bit more convoluted for table 24, or 34. So maybe we'll just wait for the... I shouldn't say convoluted, I should say rambling.
Through you, Your Worship, to all of council, we're just checking on that, but it would be either MSI or CCBF. I just don't have it right here, but we'll get that answer to you.
Okay, that's fine for an answer. Table 34. So what I'm just going to, like I say, ramble here a little bit. I do remember us having a pathway rehab plan that came before council that outlined certain needs in terms of our black paths. And I'm just curious if this active transportation strategy implementation is a reflection of that plan, or I guess what I'm specifically looking for is where is the rehab of some of these black paths in our corporate plan? And if this isn't it, where would I see those dollars reflected?
That's a good question. So this definitely comes out of the transportation strategy, so it's not part of the rehabilitation, so that's different funding dollars. And this is on 44th. I think we talked about this probably about 4 to 5 years ago of having pathways on both sides. But I think the question is, how do we get the older existing pathways redone, and what is the schedule for maintenance on those?
Through your worship, the council mayor, thank you for the question. So to follow up on the mayor's comment that, yeah, those are two different programs. So if I heard the council mayor's comment correctly, and my recollection sustains me here, the town presented a trail map, trail condition map in 2021, which is similar to the pavement condition index that was in 2020, which I think is what you're referencing.
Yes.
So to juxtapose the two programs here, the table 34 outlines trails that have been areas that have been identified as active transportation gaps. So there is no trail there. We want a trail there, like at its most basic. To your comment, with where do we put the funding for to rehab the trails that we currently have in our inventory? That's a capital charter separate from this. I'm just trying to remember the number of it offhand.
Just to add to that, to the general manager, the rehab is $60,000 in 2023 and $60,000 annually through 2025.
Thank you, Manager of Finance.
That's reflected on page 65 of the corporate plan under the 10-year municipal replacement capital plan under the transportation totals. Page 65, transportation total.
Okay.
Includes the trail rehabilitation program for $60,000 in 2023 and $60,000 2024 and $60,000 2025.
And thank you to administration for helping me find that.
Okay. That's good. Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I realized we had a long list of presentations. I bet they didn't know we were coming up with all these questions while they were talking. I'm just going to refer us to page 26, table 18. When I first looked at this, I thought this must be a mistake. 0.6 position for payroll clerk, $56,000. Is that benefits and everything?
Your worship, through to Councillor Hansard and all of council. So yes, this is, we currently have 2 staff that are supporting our payroll function. They are not functioning, or they're not working at a full-time complement. So this will bring those positions up to a full-time capacity. So it will take us from under 2 full-time staff right to 2 full-time staff operating payroll. So that includes salaries and full compensation.
That's a good explanation.
Right. I guess it's my turn. Let's take a break here for a second. Let me look at my couple questions. Okay, in terms of, I think the town manager mentioned that there's a political change in terms of the new premier being elected, and a commentary around the school tax portion returned to municipalities. Has our staff contacted and reached out municipal affairs and other ministers to see how that is coming along, and is that actually a reality in the future?
Your Worship, just for clarity of the question, have we at the administrative level looked into that further? The answer would be no, we have not.
Okay. Maybe something we can talk about later in advocacy. Where are we now? Sorry, my eyes are not as good as that used to be.
Do you need us to like pull it back?
Well, it's just because it's still fuzzy to see. Okay, looking at page number 60, in terms of the merit step increases for salary remuneration, I believe that there was a presentation to council a couple months ago. Council's approval was that we are in the 50 percentile. So I'm asking for what is the increases for salary remuneration for union, non-union?
Amounts, Your
Yes.
Worship? Okay.
We're just going to clarify those, and we'll have those in a moment.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to you and all of council. So you're looking, just for clarity, on the dollars for union and non-union in regards to COLA or steps or both?
No, we reviewed a policy regarding how we pay our staff, right? And then when there's compensation review, there's definitely increases in the compensation and step increases for the different departments. So I'm trying to figure out, because it's all lumped in there, what is the increase to the union, and then what is the increase to non-union employees with the town of Stony Plain?
So the union steps that were transacted within the 2023 budget was 42,000 or 0.23% tax. And the non-union steps transacted through this process for 2023 is $220,000 or 1.19%.
Okay. And with that, can administration provide some kind of reason behind the huge difference in terms of merit and step increases, whereas we know that union increases were only up 47,000, whereas non-union overall step increases were over up 220,000.
Sorry, Your Worship, why would those numbers be so different? Is that what you're basically asking? Yes. Well, for one, there would be a higher number, just raw number of non-union positions, for one. And the non-union positions also include, the officer positions, the manager, supervisor positions, the general manager, and myself. So step increases, if they're on those salary levels, are going to reflect those particular salary levels.
Okay.
Those would be two reasons, if anyone, yeah. I see the manager's got her.
Just to add as well, so the union step agreement has a different structure for steps for the union. And so there's only 4 steps, and the time that they move through the steps is different. So they move from step 1 to 2 after 1 year, and not to step 3 until 2 more years, and then another 2 more years to get to the final 4th step. Whereas out of scope staff have 8 steps to work through. And so it would be dependent on where they move through their steps for a longer period of time. So there would be impact. Also, the union agreement is based on the anniversary date, not January 1st. So they receive their steps throughout the year. So this may be reflective of some staff receiving their step within the middle of the year, towards the end of the year. It's all automatically calculated based on the specific employees and the positions.
Thank you. Page 31. And I'm looking at some commentary from administration regarding this community peace officer. I understand the role and what is intended in terms of hiring another community peace officer. My question to administration is, in terms of dollars and the best use of our dollars for our community, we chose to have one municipal officer, one municipal clerk in the RCMP for every 2.5 officers to help them do paperwork. Therefore, it frees up their time. So therefore, instead of paying whatever an RCMP officer or constable is to do data entry and get files ready for court, we've hired somebody to do that so that they're more on the streets and providing that exposure, visibility, and enforcement. Would something like that be efficient within the town of Stony Plain? Instead of hiring another community peace officer this year, we'll be hiring a clerk that can help do data entry, file consolidation, get things ready, so that therefore our peace officers are out in the public more.
Your worship, and through to the rest of the council, there's not an equal correlation between a community peace officer and an RCMP member when it comes to the data entry. Our current clerk is able to keep up with the data entry that's required from a CPO perspective versus an RCMP perspective. I don't know the nuances between the administrative requirements for an RCMP versus a CPO, but I can say my observations of that team right now. The clerk is comfortably supporting 4 officers and likely could comfortably support 5 officers. Our supervisor does go out onto the road. I would say with, high end 20% of her time is spent out on the road also. And certainly that position is able to keep up. I would suggest if we hired another clerk versus a CPO, we certainly would not see an increased level of enforcement as a result of that as quickly or as noticeably as an officer being hired.
Thank you. And I'll ask the council members to turn to page 77. That would be 77, that would be the snow removal operating reserve, which is the third line down in the operating reserves. From my understanding, the snow removal reserve is added to each and every year if there is a surplus or dollars are not spent out of that fund. And if there is dollars spent that requires an additional cost than what is budgeted, it comes out of this reserve. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Then with that, if that is correct, then why do we have a projected ending balances of 2024 and 2025 at essentially $100,000 loss in each of those years? So if we're only funding that reserve from surpluses, if we don't use it, if there's going to be a loss in that, wouldn't we just build it into our budget?
Thank you, through your worship, to you and all of council. So how the budget is currently structured is we budget expenses for 2 snow removals. We offset that as a tax impact by doing a transfer from the snow removal reserve to cover one of those. So the residents have only ever been paying for 1 snow removal. So in the instances where there are only 1 snow removal, we don't take that money out of the reserve to offset that. We keep it in the reserve. When there are instances when there are 2 snow removals, then we need to withdraw. So basically right now, how our plan is and why it's going negative is because it's planned for the 2 snow removals each year, and if that occurs, we will be in a deficit. However, at the end of the year, we do look at where we end up fiscally, and if we have a surplus, and then one of the recommendations would come forth to replenish some of these reserves. So even if there's a surplus overall operationally, we look towards our council policy for accumulated surplus reserves and try to move towards those minimum levels that were set out in that policy, which is to always have 1 snow removal into that reserve.
Okay. And then, so my comment to that is, because we're seeing a lot more fluctuations in weather, and definitely the last few years have proved it, would it be more prudent as a council going forward to budget not 1, but maybe 1.5 or 1.75, so that there's actually dollars in that reserve to offset the years that we might need 3 or 4, based on the last year where we had tons of freezing rain, we needed probably 3 or 4 removals on the main priority roads and 2 on the residential roads, but they were slow and difficult because of the ice buildups, which cost us more money. So in terms of being proactive and better preparing our residents to be resilient, would it not be better to budget more?
That, through your worship, that could be a strategy that could be implemented and would have a tax impact to do that. Alternatively, we could use this annual surplus as a mechanism to replenish that reserve, and that alternative would not have a tax impact to the residents.
Right. But that would have a tax impact if there was nothing in the reserve.
Correct, it would impact future if there was not a surplus throughout the entire organization. Or we could look at deferring other projects or items within the budget to be able to cover that additional snowfall removal.
In terms of the TLC request, which was earlier mentioned, if council chooses not to do the full funding request of $192,000, how does that get dealt with in terms of the TLC?
Thank you for the question, Your Worship. So, in a very, I guess, brief overview, so the TLC's funding arrangements, I guess is one way to put it. The agreements between the three municipalities as the owners of the TLC, simply put, if any one of the three does not approve the budget put forward by the TLC, the budget that's put forward to all three, if one does not approve that request, it formally indicates that the budget of the previous year will be what's in play for that current year. Having said that, Your Worship, the other thing, should council see fit to not approve the requested amounts from the TLC, that would certainly trigger a dialogue between whether that's myself and my counterparts or the general managers that typically work with the TLC, so the general manager of community and protective services from the three owning municipalities. So, Your Worship, I'll stop there. I hope that's clear.
Thank you. Turning to page number 42. I'm looking at the government transfers. And in terms of government transfers for our community and social development operations, what's included in the $622,000 that is projected proposed for 2023?
Your Worship, can you just repeat the question?
On page 42, under the government transfers, what's all included in the $622,000?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the revenue in that area would include the revenue from the government in regards to our FCSS funding, as well as some partners that contribute some of their FCSS revenue from the government to us. And we also have some small grants like that we've had some one-time grants come up in the past that we have a very small amount carried forward.
Okay, thank you. You know what? Let's take a recess and we'll come back. 10-15 minutes. Okay. Members of council, members of administration, and our general public, welcome back. We'll continue on with our corporate plan, just asking questions for clarity and understanding. I will continue on with some of the questions that I have listed on my sheets. Maybe to the town manager or the general manager of Community and Protective Services. In terms of municipal clerks hired, I believe the comment was one municipal clerk for every 2.5 RCMP officers. Can administration provide how many RCMP officers that the town of Stony Plain has, and how many officers does the city of Spruce Grove?
Your worship, I can provide you the information. I just need a few moments to check my notes.
Okay. Okay, while staff is getting those notes and information for us, council, any other questions for clarity, understanding, comments? Councilor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of quick ones here. Page 37, Table 29, talking about our major road rehabilitation projects. It identifies in 2023 that 57th Avenue is the major project for next year. I just want to ask the question, we have a brand new school opening in September of 2023 that will be directly fed from 57th Avenue. Many of our roads projects this year fell later into the fall and were very active in September. Is there work being undertaken to ensure that this 57th Avenue project is completed in time for the September opening of the new school?
Through your worship to Councilor Laurie. Thank you for the question. So as council may recall, so the short answer is yes, but just to add some context, as council may recall, with the road program this year, there was a large focus on the roads around that area, including the sidewalk work. And typically speaking, it's not the pavement work in a normal year. That's the hardest part. It's usually the concrete work, the setting, the forming, the removals, and things of that nature. So we took care of all that with the project this year to help facilitate this. The other part of this is we do believe we can do this work between the months where the school isn't active. So we'll still be making efforts to reduce the effects on the residents, trying to minimize construction time. We're going to be using, the intent is to use a very similar construction method, the fall depth reclamation that we saw in 628 and Golf Course Road. So it does have an impact, and we do have to be mindful of scheduling. But the intent is to get in and out of there as quickly as possible within the timeframes that the school is out, and make minimal impacts to the school's operation.
Excellent, thank you very much. And then just one more quick one, Your Worship. Go ahead. Page 41 on the community and social development under plans and projects. It talks about review and implement actions related to ongoing youth center needs assessment and evaluation. We also talk in this corporate plan about the Old Town South redevelopment plan, which talks in 2025 about the town square and community center, which the plans for the town square at the current time that we've seen are essentially directly across the street where the youth center currently exists. I'm wondering if there's any consideration in respect to the actions related to ongoing youth center needs assessment and evaluation of envisioning a new youth center, envisioning where that might be, what that might look like, what it may require to be or desire to have inside of it.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Laurie and the rest of council. At this point in time, when we talk youth center operations, we're talking strictly the operations within the facility. We're not discussing other options to relocate to other parts of the community. I think as we work through the facilities types of conversations about where services can best be located, I think that's something that as a senior leadership team we do and can take into consideration. However, at this point in time, when we talk needs assessment, it's strictly related to the types of programs and activities that we would engage with the youth in.
Excellent, thank you. And I did figure that that's where it was. So I did want to bring that as a highlight, that really nowhere in the plans do I see talks about where the youth center might go or what the youth center might look like in several years, though there are talks about significant redevelopment in the area where the youth center currently is. And so that's a huge, vital, important service to the town of Stony Plain. It is a treasured asset and something that I want to make sure is flagged. I'm sure it will come up as a topic of conversation in strategic planning, but I did want to raise that here, that we do recognize the 2025 concept of the town square and community center planning, not necessarily construction, but obviously planning, which we know will likely have some impacts on the potential location of the youth center. So flagging that now, and again, I'll likely bring that forward in strategic planning in January. And that's all I have, Your Worship. Thank you.
Councilor Laurie. Councilor Pletchko.
Thank you, Your Worship. This page 22, I want to talk about the Culture and Artisan Incubator. If administration could help me to understand how this benefits the community, where you see this in other communities being developed, and how it fits in with the tax base, funding local businesses.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Pletchko. So to begin, the first question was how this fits in with the community?
Yes.
So there, as I mentioned, and referenced in the executive summary, this concept has been discussed. It was noted and highlighted as part of the Economic Development Strategic Plan. And a couple of years ago, in reference to that, we completed a conceptual plan and feasibility design around an arts cultural center. And so there was engagement with stakeholders, and a report was presented to council, I want to say early in 2021, to summarize that work. So that provided direct feedback in terms of the potential for benefits, impact, and value to our arts and cultural stakeholders and the general community as well. So we can certainly share that report with council if that's of interest to kind of revisit that as well. And so in terms of more of the impact to the tax base, at this point in time, we have a high-level operating plan that we want to refine over the next year and bring back with this initiative going forward. Does that answer your questions, Councillor Pletchko? I just want to make sure I captured all that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Loyens.
Thank you, Your Worship. Looking on page 78 under point 8, it's the contractual obligations. There's a note here that says in 2020, the town entered an agreement of the operational of a local transit service. The estimated cost of this contract is in 2023 is approximately $309,000. When I go back to my notes, we had talked about transit earlier and the regional transit services, and it was going to be the town controlled it for 6 months, and then the transit service took over for 6 months, and there was an increase from $480,000 to $630,000. Where does this $309,000 play into that, or is it separate altogether?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you through you, Your Worship, to all of council. I'm just confirming, but I believe this is our ATS contract, not transit.
Okay.
Yes, it is our ATS contract.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Following up on that question, I actually just want to ask administration. So part of the regional transit service is they are also including ATS transit for individual municipalities if they so wish to explore it. Given that we have seen, again, some required increases, obviously we have a thriving ATS service here in the region. I'm curious as to if we have had any discussions with the EMTSC around our ATS service and their potential ability to deliver that service and how that would look financially in comparison to how we are doing it today.
Your Worship, through to Councilor Laurie. There has been no discussion with EMTSC about our ATS. I believe the documentation that's been shared with us administratively is ATS is not an active conversation at this point. Other jurisdictions, certainly with the DAT system and other systems that are integrated into their transit, and it's not a program delivery, so to speak, versus ATS is a bit of a program delivery versus a transit service. However, I think there has been some informal conversation about once everything's up and running, there's an opportunity to sit down and chat about how that might look and if it's a suitable transition to EMTSC at that point.
Excellent, thank you.
Chip, if I may just quickly, I just want to, I guess, note that that's a good example of what I was speaking about earlier about like integration at the regional level, but also on the operational integration within the corporate plan. You know, the corporate plan does exist as at a set period in time to a degree. And there's dialogues that advance or maybe slow down or ideas that come up and they're being explored. But ultimately, whether, I'm just putting it out as an example, but you know, we have dates, we have to meet those dates, fiscal years, so on and so forth. So we do have to, at some point, call it in a way and put numbers down onto paper and get them into this chambers. But there's often further dialogues happening, I guess is all I'll point out.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Not yet. Yeah, I think that's still coming. I think we'll go back. Is the general manager providing the number of officers?
Your Worship, for 2022, the current count for Spruce Grove is 30. Stony Plain, as the RCMP have it, 19. The projected for Spruce Grove, as we prepared this document, it was 32, an addition of 2, and Stony Plain continues to be 19 throughout that. The FTE count on the page that you're looking at here also includes other positions, not specifically municipal employees. We do have a criminal analyst that we do share with the City of Spruce Grove also, so that would be captured in that count. And just looking for a confirmation on the SRO position also being included there, which would be a 1 FTE, which is cost shared between ourselves and the City of Spruce Grove and Parkland School Division.
That is correct. The SRO is included in that cost as well, and then the revenue is comes to offset that.
Right. And how many?
Note SRO meaning School Resource Officer.
Yep.
And currently, how many do we have in terms of municipal clerks?
Go ahead.
On page 17 of the document, the RCMP municipal clerks proposed for, currently in 2020, we have 20.5, and in 2023, it's proposed to add 1 to 21.5.
And that was, I'm trying to get that understanding right. So that was the assumption that Spruce Grove is adding 2 officers.
Correct, Your Worship. When we did this, our corporate plan, that was their projection. As stated earlier, if their projection alters, then we would alter our percentages and potential for employee additions.
And then a follow-up question. In terms of fulfillment of our RCMP, I think when Inspector Loken came and made his last presentation and he was going to depot in terms of training, I asked him in jest if he can increase the number of recruits coming out of there, because every time we add an officer, is usually 1 to 2 years before actually that position gets filled. So how likely is it if Spruce Grove approves 2 officers that they get filled within the calendar year of 2023, where we actually need a full municipal enforcement person?
Your worship, and through the rest of the council, I don't want to speculate when the city of Spruce Grove requested the addition of the RCMP members. They may have been ahead of the game and requested these positions earlier and got into the queue. So sometimes with the RCMP, you can send a letter saying we intend to, and once the plan is adopted, then there's a motion of it's confirmed. So I'm not sure if the turnaround time is quicker. I agree with you that at some point it was very difficult to get recruits here. However, we've had a very good inspector over the last few years that certainly has looked at recruits to fill some of our vacancies to ensure that we've got full complement. So I can't speak to whether or not a person's going to come in January, February, March, or halfway through the year, but certainly I think more conversation would have to be had with the city of Spruce Grove, and that may alter when we would hire the particular position, which may alter the overall cost to us in 2023. However, if we hire a 50% employee in 2023, then we have another 50% that we'd have to try and find or tax for 2024 for a full-time employee.
Thank you, Your Worship. But I just want to tag a question onto that just to make sure I'm clear in my understanding. So you said at current time for 2022, there was 49 officers combined between the city of Spruce Grove and the town of Stony Plain, projected to go up to 51. In that agreement of 2.5 municipal clerks or officers per municipal clerk, sorry. So are the SRO and the specialized constables, are those added to that 49 and 51?
No, because they're not regular, sorry, Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, they're not regular members, so they would not be calculated in the regular member count. Those are enhanced positions,
Yeah.
of which we pay differently.
Okay, and so maybe I'm doing the math wrong in this, but our current complement of 49, if we divide that by 2.5, that tells me we require 19.6 municipal clerks. And if we go up to 51, we would require 20.4 municipal clerks. I'm hearing that we're already at 20.5.
Correct, and I'm looking for a correction to see if that ME count is just the MEs or other RCMP, i.e. criminal analyst or SRO in that ME, sorry, that overall count.
Your worship, and to council, the 20.5 municipal services is just the clerk positions.
So if that's the case, from the numbers that we've been provided tonight, we are currently oversubscribed, as we have 20.5 municipal clerks currently and only require 19.6. And even if 2 officers are added, that would only bring us to a requirement of 20.4, which we would still meet given our current complement of 20.5. So I'm uncertain and unsure as to why there's an additional municipal clerk position in the presented corporate plan if we already meet our ratios.
Your worship, I would offer that we could take this information away, provide some written clarification for council tomorrow.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councilor Batchko, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Let's go to page 10 regarding the Community Recreation Center. I know this has been one that everybody's kind of avoided today, so I'm going to be the one bringing it up. So I see a budget of 15.3 paid by our tax base. Can administration help me to understand where we are? We have a projected opening in 2024, quarter 4 of 2024, and yet we have yet to see anything at council that we've given an okay to. You know, so the 15.3 we've talked about for a long time. It's been on the table for quite a period of time. How close are we to seeing that? And I guess if we're getting close to it, I'm assuming that you will also know what programs are available out there for grants, what our partners may or may not be contributing to it. So is that 15.3 an actual cost that will be to our taxpayer?
Your worship, through to Councillor Paletzko. Certainly in July, we did provide an update to council with respect to where the project is at. The project continues to be in the design or detailed drawing phase. We committed to coming back to council Q4, Q1 of next year to have a go or no-go with respect to Class C costing, which there's enough drawing done that we send it out to a cost consultant. Cost consultant, based on the current construction, whatever's going on in industry right now, would be able to provide us with more of a certainty around what the overall cost would be for the particular facility and the square footage that is being proposed. That work continues. The architect is sending that off to the cost consultant end of this month, early next month, and getting those costs back for us. Once we have those costs, a report will come back to council with what the overall cost implication is from a Class C, the operational perspective of the facility in terms of the cost and the tax implication, as we've carried a number here, which we continue to refine and get closer to in detail. Also, there are some grants that we're looking at, and we have continued to look at and have a grant prepared currently. Once the intake occurs, that grant will be shipped off right away. The other component that we've done too is look into sponsorship, so that can help our operations overall versus capital. Often when you do a sponsorship drive, I can go one of two ways. You do it specific for capital, or you go to operating, whichever is the better benefit. Typically, sponsorship is over a 10 or more year period, so it makes more sense to go to the operational side versus the capital side. So when we come to council with that go or no go, that's when right now the 15 million is what we based on as square footage when we started this project. We did get some preliminary costs through some updates to council that we believe that 15 million was still accurate. There has been a 30 or 40% increase in construction. We are aware of that. By the time we go to tender, I'm not sure if we're going to see a decline in that or it's going to stay stable. So once we get this Class C costing, council will have a decision to make in terms of go or no go on this particular facility, or there could be another option that we arrive at in terms of timing related to this project.
Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Hansard?
Your worship, on page 61, under the grants that the town provides, may I ask, I'm not saying don't do it, I'm just asking, why do we have the food bank there? Does that fall within the mandate of what we're about as government, as a governing body? And do we not contribute in other ways to the food bank? I guess in short, because someone sits in front of us for a presentation, does that automatically mean they will get money from council?
Okay, Councillor Hansard, so this has been an ongoing support for like 15, 20 years now, since it's been in service. I think that's one of our roles.
Okay.
So it's not, it's not just this year or last year, it's been ongoing
I understand
since I've been going.
It's a question, I'm just looking at why is it there?
Yeah, and then I think, if council has inkling that they do not want to support the food bank, that's definitely a motion within council to remove it. That's our privy, so that's 100% up to us. Okay. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, seeing none, looking at the time, we'll take a recess and we'll come back here tomorrow at 4:30 as we continue to look at some of the numbers that should be coming forward. There was the org chart, FCSS org chart, and some other paid-on-call stuff I think I've written down, but I'll go over my notes later this evening and tomorrow to see the information that's coming forward from administration. Again, members of council, on behalf of council, we want to thank you, the administration, for bringing this corporate plan forward. This is accumulation of a year's work of working with the town of Stony Plain in terms of our council, our residents, and going through our corporate plan, our strategic planning, and all the stuff that leads us to this point. Administration brought back a recommendation for us. This is based on our strategic plan. We as a council have the ability to accelerate or decelerate that plan. We can also change course slightly here and there. Right? The major movements are made during strategic plan, where we look at the vision of the community. Corp plan is to say how fast or how slow do we want to get there. So give your heads a thought of what we heard today, some of the questions that were asked. Some of them were for clarity. Some of them were actually just getting to understand where we are in terms of numbers, FTEs, and then tomorrow, and even if the next day, if required, this is when we actually make the budget ours. Right? This budget is ours. It's a representation of what we want, but that's also administration's view of what we want. We will make this our view of what we want. Okay. With that, we'll recess till tomorrow at 4:30.